Wow. Yeah, I have no idea. No possible idea why I would be tired. Also, I just popped in my head that the last couple streams I haven't really tried to do anything about, like, that weird audio issue that was happening for a few streams this last week. Clearly, I'm tired. So, funnily enough, by the way, I don't feel that tired right now. Like, I'm fine. But I definitely haven't had much sleep. So, I suspect I'll get tired faster than I normally do. But anyways, what are we doing? So, actually, the title of the stream, particularly for any VOD watchers, what are you talking about? Wielding guns? Yeah, I know. Thank you. I'm an American. I know. Anyway, that's mostly a joke. Funnily enough, I think a very large number of Americans haven't actually fired guns at all, or if they have, they like have done it very little and they don't actually understand how to use them properly. But anyways, what was it saying? Oh, am I being a negative Nelly? To explain the current title of the stream, if it doesn't change. This was definitely spawned by just one comment that happened on the account fixing video, but it's also just spiraled into me thinking about a bunch of other things. And this is part of the reason that, like, the Kave video is recorded at 1 a.m. It's because I got distracted by other things yesterday, both my normal things I do with my friends, and that comment spiraled me a little bit. But anyways, a negative Nelly, for anyone that's not aware, as far as like the what that metaphor, turn of phrase, whatever it is, it's basically just something you call someone when that is being overly negative, overly or overly critical. But I think, I don't know, it's a wishy-washy term. We'll just say overly negative. So yeah, starting with the gun speech, definitely an American stream. It's not my fault, it's the lady, it's this lady's fault, okay? Anyways, I'm American, I fire guns and love burgers. I hate burgers. But anyways, become a positive petty. Oh my brain, I can't even read properly. Oh dearie. Become a positive Pelly. That's I hadn't even that's actually one thing that's actually worth mentioning. I hadn't even ever heard of the term or the coinage of the term positive Pelly. I like that as the counterpoint of negative Nelly, right? Positive Pelly versus negative Nelly. But I think on a cultural level, the very fact that we are probably much more aware of negative Nelly than we are of positive Pelly tells us how, you know, there's some cultural tendencies going on here. Like, we tend to be more negative as a species, especially when we're talking about things with each other. We like to complain, right? I think this is a natural human tendency, right? And I had a whole big wall of text. Do I have it open still? I had it open because I was waiting to see, like, I responded with a big wall of text to this person. And to be clear, this person that is like, I don't want anyone, just make sure. If I do show this on stream, don't hate on this person. I think they were giving me feedback that is well-founded and feedback that I appreciate. I really appreciate that I do have it open still. Let's see if OBS can capture it. Feedback that is, like, I'm glad when people take the time to write this kind of thing out. So let's see here. Browser window. Alright. Is this gonna work? Hopefully. Flap? Yeah, it worked. Wow. I'm not gonna read through my full response. This is I'm sorry, by the way. This is just my brain. Like, people say something and then it causes my brain to spiral. Right? And this is not me trying to be an arsehole. It's me just trying to cover all my bases and then structure it somewhat coherently. Like, so anyways, this was an interesting comment, right? Like, your videos are much less of, this is on the account fixing video, right? Like, this was a comment that was not really on topic to this video in any other way other than, you know, it contained live stream footage, I guess. I don't know. So you say I'm being negative. Here's a wall of text to read. Well, yeah. I mean, but like a lot of people I do think perceive just like having a bunch of nuanced thoughts as being negative. Like that's part of what my rant was here, was like my live stream is going to contain more of my like just genuine moment by moment nuanced thought. Whereas like edited content, by inherently being edited, I get to have more control and make decisions both before making it. Like when I am recording videos versus when I'm live streaming, I act and like talk differently. And this isn't like something I've intentionally done, right? And by the way, so anyways, I want this person to respond. I gotta refresh the page. It's gonna be annoying to find the thing. They're Kuron 1986. Let's see if we can find it. I had to up my stream resolution to. Okay, I can try to Kuron. Oh. Okay. Don't tell me they deleted it. Maybe it just got suppressed by YouTube. Okay, yeah, it got pushed down by YouTube. That's not my fault. I don't control the ordering. Okay, so anyways, no, they didn't respond. They probably didn't read it. Oh well, is what it is. It's not that surprising because like I'm not gonna lie. So here, let me try to zoom in.
In my role as champion duelist, my opinion
your videos are much less obnoxious than your live streams. Holy hell. I was expecting you'd complain every 2 minutes about everything in your videos too, but I was wrong. It was rather enjoyable. Thanks for the compliment, right? That's why I started like, did you start watching me from my live streams first out of curiosity? Because I think it's a rarity, right? So if you are someone like this person, by the way, that has started watching me, you started watching me from my live streams first, please let me know. Because I've kind of always had my live streams as like an addition. Am I being rage baited? No, I'm being. This caused me to have genuine thoughts. Like, to be clear, were they maybe trying to rage bait? Maybe. I don't think they were. I think they were genuinely having these feelings. But, anyways, no, he hasn't responded to me. So, anyways, the statement that this comes with the implication that they found me from live streams, right? Which is like a very rare, I feel like. But that's I feel like. I don't know exactly how many of my viewers actually ended up watching me from live streams first. So if you are that person, let me know, because like that does maybe change how I want to speak sometimes in live streams, because I've always treated it as, you know, this addendum to, you know, how I make my edited videos, and then I'm assuming that most of my viewers came from edited videos and then liked me enough to watch my live streams in some form, or the live stream had a good enough concept. I don't know, right? Misdefeat watcher? Not really. I don't watch mini Genshin creators. I'm sorry. I've watched some of his videos. I think he makes good videos, but yeah. Anyways, the reason I don't watch other Genshin creators is because I think it's bad for my ideas and motivation to make videos if I watch other people make videos on Genshin too much. I watch some people that like distinctly make different styles of content than I do. But I don't know. Like Misdefeat is in that category of like, I think if I watch his videos too much, it would make me make less videos. So I don't know. Is that weird? It's just a weird thing of like, it's better for me if I limit my exposure to other Genshin content, I feel like, right? Anyways, that's just a creative decision on my part, ultimately, and a personal preference, and also it saves me time. So, anyways, started watching you because of Dia and Candace propaganda. Yeah. So, anyways, I just wish you weren't as toxic and frustrated by everything in your streams. Like this is why I think this person is making fair criticism. I do think I tend to be more negative in my streams. Now, what I don't like is then this thing here, but as a tip for your live streams, if you care, I do care. And I was saying it's a terrible experience as a viewer. You can give constructive criticism without going, why, Hoyo, why, every 30 seconds, and without having 90% of your stream be intensive, non-constructive complaining. Now, one, I had a thing in here. Again, I'm not going to go over this full mess. This is a claim that I'm sorry requires burden of proof. I'm going to be a little bit of a butthole here. By being me seeing butthole, it's like, oftentimes I make myself out to be more negative, I think, than I actually am. But anyways, I do account reviews, probably not today because I am too tired. If I'm going to do things like trying to give people genuine advice, I do not think I want to be tired, right? So, anyways, the claim that like I'm doing this every 30 seconds without having 90% of my stream be, they're implying that 90% I'm 90% negative, right? Which I think is just actually nonsense. And this gives me vibes that they were like watching probably the one of my more recent streams, which was the like the Furina grinding stream, for example. I put as an example, where one, I got distracted, and two, my mindset at the time was already negatively biased because I was thinking about taxes and current goings on in the world. And like, yeah, sure, my bad for like talking about politics or whatever for a brief bit in the stream. But even if I didn't talk about politics, it still would have been like priming in my brain. That could have biased me negatively. Okay. So I'm not saying that like that makes sense, but I'm saying on an individual stream basis, you can probably get vibes of why I was maybe more negative or less negative. And I think I was slightly more negative in that stream because of those things, is my point. And I could have done better. But at the same time, I think if they actually listened to what I was saying, like when I was being really negative in Abyss, like in floor 11 on Formula Weapons Only, when we were doing that little bit of grind, right? I'm sorry. I've
faced many opponents in my duels. Most of them
this kind of thumbnail, I hate this kind of thumbnail. This,
no.
You're building for, or it's not you're building Furina. You don't build Furina wrong. That's fine, like a top side title, updated 5.4 build guide. That's fine. But like the thumbnail, implying, it implies to the viewer that you should click on this video because you might be able to get a 12 times, or not a 12 times, let's get a 15 times increase to your Furina damage. Excuse me? But don't trick your viewers into clicking on things, making them think that, I mean, clearly it works. But let's watch it together. Okay. Is this what this stream is going to turn into? Oh boy. This is how I see the, you know how I would turn into a real Negative Nelly if I start criticizing other people's content. So, look, I am not very familiar with juice. I'm down with like skimming this and seeing how I agree with their takes. Is the Jeff still streaming, by the way? I know I told he's still streaming. He's on Blotro. Oh, you know what? Here, okay. Sorry. Wow, where's the super chat? Okay. Before, oop, not that. So, anyways, the point with this is like you can read my whole response if you want, and let me know if my stupid rambly brain. This took like freaking 45 minutes, almost an hour, I think, to write up. Let me know if I'm being off base here, right? Like with my response to them, if you care. Ultimately, like I'm not trying to be overly negative. I'm not trying to be overly positive. But I do not. I want to like portray my perspective in the game and how I actually feel, and that's why like. And I'm using the recent Abyss experience as an example, where like, yes, I was being negative in the moment and being frustrated, which is mostly just emotional responses in the moment, right? And like, I feel like you gotta like not take too much stake in just my moment by moment emotional responses to something that happens in a video game during a live stream, right? Like live streams are inherently reactionary. They're a different form of content. If I'm not going to be reactionary in live streams, why am I live streaming, right? I don't know, is my perspective. But
Most of them
I do try to recognize like when I'm being overly negative, and like I had an instance, and I explained this as an example here, where I was complaining, I was like complaining about things and criticizing the way that like some enemies were designed, and like how floor 11 and the combination of enemies and how they were spread apart, and how it was enemies that were all doing like rushing attacks, and I was like complaining / criticizing, whatever you want to call it, about how so many enemies in this game just do like a rush forward attack and run past you, and it makes the game kind of unfun a lot, right? And I think that's a fair criticism, personally. But then there was other parts in there where like I was a little bit overly negative, like when the seahorse did a stupid like weird twirly move. I had like a negative response to that, and I was like, but then I tried to point out like my negative response to that, like I didn't really think that was actually a design problem with the enemy. It was just like annoying in the moment when I was trying to deal with the other BS the enemies are doing, right? So like there's nuance to it, and I'm trying to communicate that nuance, especially in my live streams. In my edited videos, yeah, I want to be more positive, because honestly I think my feeling in my edited videos is a more accurate representation of like my overall feeling on Genshin. I don't hate this game. I don't.
My opinions do not matter.
My opinions don't matter. No. Like I don't know, right? Like it's an edited content, and I want to show like edited content gives me the opportunity to like trim what I feel is like actually properly being communicated, right? So I don't know, and you can say that maybe edited content, I feel in some ways because of the fact that I have the opportunity to review what I say while recording, after recording, right? For edited content, and editing itself can change. It can even change the way like words are put together in a communication level. So, anyways, like I feel in many ways that more like properly shows my feelings about the game on a holistic level. Because I'm just trying to make like for my edited videos, I'm just trying to show like how I have fun with the game, and also like teach people about my like things I know about the game and how my approach is to it in order for other people to hopefully have more fun. That's been my content approach for Genshin. So it's for edited videos. But live streams is just like normal Genshin day-to-day things, right? And I get frustrated by things, and I think anyone who plays any individual game for a long time ends up getting annoyed by the same permanent structures in the game, and especially when there's lack of improvement over time from a game that gets constant updates, it feels like. So I don't know. Like, I don't feel like I'm that much of a Negative Nelly, is kind of my point with this. But if you feel I am, I the reason I titled this stream this way is because, like, sorry for, like, mostly half ignoring the stream. I will probably look back at the chat a little bit later, or in a second here. But my live chat, though, quite frankly, like, no, I appreciate you guys going to my live streams. But I think my most dedicated viewers actively coming to my live streams while they're live are the least likely ones to, like, they're more likely to agree with me, particularly agree with me in the moment right now, right? But if you're a VOD watcher in particular, like, or you're someone who normally doesn't click on my live streams, but you click this live stream because you wanted to see my yap about being a Negative Nelly, and you feel that, you know, it would serve me much better if I tried to communicate ideas better, right? In a like, not necessarily in a more specifically positive light, but just in a less negative light, right? Like a lot of subtle like things, subtle like word choices can influence people's perception of whether or not you're being, you know, negative / toxic or whatever, right? And I tend to be a skeptical thinker, wherein, and it's skeptical and critical thinker. I take in information and I think about it, and that's not normal, I think, for a lot of people, and that's, I think, where it tends to, and then certain minor word choices then end up tending towards that feels negative, and then momentary negative reactions to things tend towards negative. So I don't know. Anyways, I feel like I'm being dumb, but your videos never seem particularly negative. I don't. Well, my edited videos are purposely never particularly negative, but my live streams are just reactionary, right? So, you know. Anyways, I don't know. That's my yap about being a Negative Nelly. Let me review some live stream chat just in case anyone said anything that is worth commenting on. I feel like most mainstream creators don't have 10% the dedication and interest you have for the game. I appreciate that. I do put in a good amount of time in this game. Are you good? I'm good, I think. So I don't know. Look, I said my yap, which again was basically just a summary of my response to this comment. In a slightly simplified manner, quite frankly, because this was written as a response to one specific person after like an hour or 30 minutes to an hour of writing, whereas the yap I just gave you was also after some further reflection on top of that. But anyways, should I ignore crit ratio and focus on HP? I'm getting confused. MK Impact, I hope you're making a joke. Or are you asking about the Furina context? Because I mentioned I meant look at that Furina video. I'm just trying to skim through things. Someone said you can be negative about stuff in certain contexts, but also negative from a place of wanting improvement from the game ends up being a mostly valid take. Yeah, that's always been my feeling. All my negativity about Genshin usually comes from a place of I like the game enough that I want to see it improve. Speaking of improving, oh yeah, I mentioned Zajef was still streaming. He's probably too tired. So he went live right before I was going to go to sleep after I finished the Kave video. And I had told him, I was like, hey, do you want to do the tower co-op? And he was down. But bro live streamed at the wrong time. He's live streaming Balatro right now. Should we go bug him? Oh, this is now just here. I can fix it. Mr. Zajef, I know you are tired. I am too. But figured I should ask if you were interested in one last chance in attempting the co-op tower quick. DM me. If so, I am streaming right now. But since this is the last day for the event, there we go. Anyway, let me read through. It's proper constructive criticism. I don't know if all my criticism is constructive criticism per se, because again, like in a stream, it's momentary, it's reactive.
Oh, so I forgot about it, and I'm way too tired. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
The graph is back, and it's eternal this time. We're not buying it unless there's a chat in this pack. There is not. No, what the fuck is this garbage? Jesus Christ.
Alright, that's fine. Anyways, oops. This was recommended to me. The only way to experience now we're real popper distracted. The only way to experience Outer Wilds again is if you watch someone who has never played Outer Wilds before. This is a game you do not experience twice. It's not possible. With the exception, if I lose my memories, like literally if I lose my memories, but my brain still functions somehow, you could experience Outer Wilds again. But outside of that context, even if it's like 40 years from now, I guarantee you I'd pick up Outer Wilds and I cannot play it and I cannot experience it again. It's hard to explain if you don't understand the game. Anyways, let me switch back to the other browser because that's the one that had the thing. Oh wait, actually no, I should here. Wait. This is getting, oh god, no, oh boy. There we go. Okay. Bam. We don't need to watch Zajef play Balatro, but where's that other video? I'm gonna skim this. Hopefully they have timestamps. I'm just gonna skim this because the thumbnail annoyed me. Okay, I'm gonna try to be constructive.
Beloved Lady Furina will knock your enemies off stage, and today I'm gonna tell you how to build her best.
Okay.
My name is Juice, and let's get into it. So,
Artifacts.
for main stat spread, I would say, if you
Okay. So they're just... First of all. Okay. I'm curious. Oh, this is not... Is this formatted fine? Yeah, it's fine. I'm curious. I have no experience with Juice at all. I am curious. KQM Furina. Did they... So to be clear, this is accurate. I believe this is accurate for a C0 Furina. And I don't know if they stipulated C0 Furina in the video. It's a word that hopefully they mentioned... Oh yeah, they said C2+. It's worth... Yeah, it's good that they showed with C2+. HP is basically still equivalent to Hydro at C2+. Yes, Hydro is technically better, but this is fairly accurate. So, you know, that's good. But I'm curious if they just like yoinked calcs from... I have no experience with this person, so I don't know if they did their own calcs. Personally, I respect guide creators that do their own calcs much more than I respect guide creators who are just like yoinking information from like KQM. So okay, KQM doesn't directly provide any values here other than for the ER, unless there's a link they have for something else. So they probably didn't get it from KQM, which is good. Hydro damage better? No, Hydro damage is like basically equivalent to HP. On my account, I have a better HP goblet than I have a Hydro goblet for an onset goblet for my Furina. So an HP goblet is better for my C2 Furina. But it will depend on the team context a little bit too. So, you know, because the amount of HP you get from C2 is inconsistent. So actually, let's see what here, let's rewind a little bit. Because like this nuance is important for Furina, right? How to build Furina is some weird nuance of like there's no universal Furina build unless you are fine with a lower damage, higher energy build. For like double Hydro context that is unnecessary to have extra energy, but you do that just like because you don't want to have to change the build.
ton of HP to make the most out of her. HP main stats? Simple. For C0 to 1, go for HP percent, crit percent. You're going to want a crud ton of HP to make the most out of her. At max, you want 40k HP at C0, so you can make the most out of her A4. It's more effective to forego using a Hydro Goblet to attain 40k HP, as opposed to using a Hydro Goblet to try and increase her damage output.
I know they have a section where they're going to mention ER Sands already, because I already saw it when I was rewinding through it. But, like, saying it's simple and then saying do HP crit is a pretty authoritative statement. And then also going to the nuance after that is a little bit weird, I feel like. But let's see what they say.
A pretty straightforward main stat spread, I would say. If you're really...
saying that hitting 40k at max... I also don't like how much people emphasize, like, the need to hit 40k HP on Furina. Like, the 40k HP thing is a big part of why, like, HP Goblet is as good as it is on her. But, like, you don't need to hit it. And, I don't know. Like, there's a little bit of overemphasis, maybe.
Struggling with the R%, then yes. You can indeed go for any R% sands.
What was her phrasing?
It's actually quite realistic. R%, then a pretty straightforward main stat spread, I would say. If you're really struggling with the R%, then yes. You can indeed go for any R% sands. It's
Look, I genuinely feel that Fav is her signature weapon, because I think Furina's value is as a unit that is able to be used in a million different teams and not just for Furina and Nuvilette. If the context that you're playing Furina in is Furina and Nuvilette, then I think that statement is correct, where you only do an ER Sands if you're real struggling. Because there are contexts where you do an ER Sands on Furina with Nuvilette, depending on your artifact and weapon situation, right? saying that you only do it if you're really desperate, though, is really silly, and I think ignores Furina's value in a very diverse set of teams, in my opinion. Right.
To try and increase her damage output. A pretty straightforward main stat spread, I would say. If you're really
I don't think it's actually that straightforward on Furina, because, like, HP Goblet being as good as it is on her is quite unintuitive. Like, the fact that it's as much better as it is kind of crazy. The fact that it's basically equivalent to Hydro Goblet, even with C2, is kind of crazy. So it's straightforward, yes, but yeah. Anyway.
Struggling with ER percent.
I'm not roasting juice. I'm just showing my contrasted perspective because this video, look, I was showing my own comment, right? For anyone that missed it, I was showing my own comment, and this video had a thumbnail that was like 8k Furina damage to 140,000 Furina damage, and I disliked that thumbnail. So I have no thoughts on Juice as a creator. So far, her takes are not like misleading. I just don't fundamentally agree with this perspective for this character, right? Yeah, Tars. You joined at a weird time. I was literally just showing this. This was in the YouTube sidebar, and the thumbnail annoyed me. So now I'm reacting to it. This is what you get negative Nelly criticism when you bug me with a thumbnail. Okay. So anyway, I think the video is fine, but like I'm just nitpicking the details on how they are presented. This is why I don't make guide videos, by the way, because I don't like making statements of like, you should do this for like this character, like you should build this character like this, especially for characters like Furina, where it's more important to understand how to build her and be able to change her build for different teams, rather than like, oh, you should do this, right? So like, I don't know, right? I don't like making hardline statements. So like, if I'm gonna make a guide video, it's like it's gonna be overly wordy and with 1,000 asterisks. Like I don't even know how to approach a Furina guide video. So, anyways, have I tried Zenless? Yes, I like Zenless a lot.
You can indeed go for an ER percent sands. It's actually
you can go for like no. I think many people should go for an ER sands, but
quite realistically, you might end up having to use an ER sands, even if that comes at the cost of not being able to max out her A4's buff. Then from C2 plus.
Yeah, this is it's an overly high focus on her A4. Like if you're gonna start a Furina guide, in my opinion, you need to start and this is a build guide specifically, but you need to start talking about what her burst does. Her burst is her entire kit, even for her own self-damage. Her own self-damage falls off a cliff. Are there rare situations where you can get away with not bursting on Furina? Yeah, if you're doing meme things with Shatterbloom Kave, you know, her burst technically matters less there than it does for other teams, but you still kind of want to use it. Like, her A4 passive is relevant, but she's brought it up multiple times already as far as how to build this character, right? And the most important thing you need to understand about building Furina is her burst is her kit. Her burst is what makes her entire kit engine work. Bro, just continue holding out. I'm sorry, but like every 2 seconds I hear something that I'm like, I must nitpick. I'm sorry.
Onwards.
And yeah, I know I can nitpick a bunch of. So anyway, I know she's speaking to a casual audience, but like for this character, I don't think this is the right approach to recommend. I don't like a casual audience needs to understand Furina's burst is really important, and you ignore HP, you ignore her A4 passive in favor of bursting consistently. And like there is significant benefit to building excess ER on Furina for being able to adapt. Like the reason I run 230 ER on Fav on Furina is because I find situations where I can clear better and more consistently by like the consistency of experience is something that casual players would really value, I think. I'm someone who's much more willing to RNG optimize for different layers of RNG, or not just RNG optimization, also just like my own skill optimization, than I'd say a casual player is. So from a casual player's perspective, I think it's even more important towards biasing towards energy and getting players to understand that. So like, Do casuals even watch YouTube guides? That's a fair point too, I guess. What are your thoughts on Sevi plays? I used to watch her guides in the past. She made very good guides. So, anyways.
Go for this.
Sorry, I don't want to rewatch. I don't want to watch this whole video. I know I'm nitpicking, I'm being a butthole. I don't. Juice like is not having completely incorrect takes. I just feel like they're from the wrong perspective on how I would approach recommending things to players. But it's fine. It's fine. I just think there's a really big problem, particularly in the context of Furina, and how the average player approaches building her and thinking about using her. And I think some of the verbiage and how someone like Juice is talking about, and it's not like just her, is talking about Furina and like saying do HP crit and only do ER if necessary. It creates this misunderstanding on how to use the character properly. So, anyways.
More than enough HP for Mercy 2 at this stage, so you're easily able to forego using an HP % goblin in favor of using 100% 1.
Yeah.
This allows you to attain the best of both worlds. Yes, this applies.
What does best of both worlds mean here in this context? You literally showed calcs where they're basically the same. And also this really ignores the nuance of C2 being weird. C2, depending on the team context, is going to give you different amounts of HP. The relative HP value changes the exact like what this calc is. Like I don't know. This is why I don't make guides, man. This game is too contextual. This game is way too contextual, especially for supports. Like Furina, like to make statements like that. I don't just.
Goblin in favor of using 100% 1. This allows you to attain the best of both worlds. Yes, this applies to your C6 DPS playstyle too, because it scales heavily off of her HP, especially when you use long hair mode, as that's another 25% max HP scaling for you, Chief. So no, I do not recommend using any.
I want to nip. No, I got a whole look. Showing calcs isn't necessarily that useful. Assumptions hard to skew the benefits of certain stats. Yeah, exactly. But like the statement there of saying doing the long hair mode for C6 really bothers me, because I strongly feel that if you're gonna do shenanigans with C6, you switch between modes. I strongly feel that. Like, I don't think you stay entirely on long hair mode, and I don't think you stay entirely on other mode. And like, I don't know. It's just like it's an overly specific detail that seems unnecessary also for this guide maker to point out. Like, I just don't think, if I was going to make a Furina guide, I just wouldn't talk about C6. I'd be like, C6 exists. Quite frankly, I think that's the correct perspective to take. If you want a C6 guide, go to Furina mains, right? Go find a small community of the most dedicated Furina players, right? Anyways, I feel like people just undervalue ER in general a lot. On burst reliant characters, yes. And like, I feel like people just they see Furina doing things, like you press her skill and she does things without using her burst. So it gives the from the casual perspective, it gives the impression that Furina works without needing to burst constantly, and it's not the end of the world to like not burst on her or something, I feel like. But anyways.
Stands under any vaporized based circumstances. Go for EM via substats if you're trying to do some vaporized funny business. As for Lady Furina stack goals,
yeah, that's a good take, by the way. I agree with that take. Don't do EM main stats on Furina unless you're trying to unless you're like me and you're doing shenanigans, right? There is funny business you can do with EM. Yeah, with Kave. I think hopefully she mentions Key of Caution suit in this video. I will look at the weapon section.
Simple. For C0 to 1, go for 35k HP at a minimum, with 40k being ideal.
I hate this tendency. I'm sorry. I don't like this tendency of guide makers to be like, aim for these stats. I don't think this is helpful. I don't think this is helpful. I think you need to explain a character kit, and then explain the situations this character is useful in, and then be like, you know, if you're really dedicated for farming, you could reach like this amounts of builds. Yeah, also, yeah, ER. Where's the most important stat in Furina? Well, that's because, again, there's no such thing as a universal Furina build. So, she's recommending 120 EM in the context of Vaporize, which is, they said Vape in here, so I'm fine with this. And they also said crit weapon with this crit ratio, which is also, yeah.
Deal.
This is a very low crit ratio, though, I will say. Like, so here. The context of Furina's free-to-play weapon, right? Being the pipe. This gives 16% crit rate. Like, this is like I'd say a fairly low, and like it's not low. It's like probably, I don't know. The crit ratio here is like probably fairly accurate, I guess. As a recommendation, I think. Ignoring the ER and but whatever. Ignoring the ER problem. Like, for what it's worth, this is a very, very, very good Furina build without a crit weapon. Right? With quite a lot more crit than that. So this is actually a fairly low-end estimate, I feel like. But anyways. That recommended ratio is higher than what I have on Furina. Yeah, it's fine. I think this is a perfectly fine, realistically approachable recommendation for players to get to. But if you... I honestly don't think these middle ground recommendations are that helpful, though. I think if you're going to give a specific stat recommendation, what I would do, personally, this is me just commenting on the state of guide making on gachas in general at this point. I'm not even really commenting on Juice. I'm just commenting on the state of gacha guide making. And I think it'd be more helpful to say, like, in this context, here's what, like, your theoretically ideal stats would look like. Not, like, completely unrealistic ideal, but, like, if you spend a lot of resin, you know, you can acquire a build like this one, right? And then you can be like, you know, but having less than that is fine. Like, I think it makes more sense to, like, give an expectation to a viewer watching this kind of video as what maybe the ceiling is to expect in different contexts. Again, the different context is pretty important for Furina. And then bring it down from there, rather than just make a statement of, like, get this, right? But that's for the dream. I know, that's why I'm saying, like, this is your dream if you put a lot of time and resin into it, because it's just statistical inevitability. You can get artifacts like this. It just doesn't actually make sense to aim for this quality of artifacts versus aiming for other artifacts, right? So like, I'm not trying to make an evaluation like it makes sense to aim this hard for Furina. So I think this is fine on the simplest level, but I think it's more helpful, again, for players to understand, have what the ceiling is, and then be like, the realistic stopping point is more like this. Like, that's what I would describe this as. This is like your realistic stopping points for slightly different contexts, but not having ER needs here is a little weird.
70 to 100.
And yes, ER. Yeah,
40% crit rate and damage. I'm going to show off ER in a moment.
Oh, they're mentioning ER.
Now,
okay, good. That's
ER,
fine.
Which we'll touch on in a moment. Getting 40k HP is the most important task. Dude.
That's not a dream with Natlan racism. Well, of course, Furina made that depends on the character. That's why, like, I think you show the ceiling in different contexts, including factoring constellations, whatever, and then you have your take as a creator of what you think the more realistic approach is. I don't know if it's helpful just providing this in a vacuum, because I think people look at this and this is what they take away from things, and that's all they do, right? That's I think the problem.
Do not sacrifice ER stats to do so, but the closer you get to maxing out our A4, the better. If you're C0 to 1,
since they said that, so it's very clear Juice understands this character kit, right? By making statements like, do not sacrifice ER stats to do this. Speaking from my own experience, though, dealing with YouTube commenters, people will pick out whatever so I don't know. I think a lot of people will see this and then not internalize the ER emphasis, so I don't know. But, so no flaw in Juice there, other than, like, again, I think it could have maybe even been presented better. This is why I don't make guides. I don't know the perfect way to make guides. I think it's impossible to perfectly communicate this, other than just by, like, I maintain the approach for guide making, the best approach is trying to outline how the character works, show how the character works, and then be like, here's like things to do for artifacts and whatever. But ultimately, like, it's literally as simple as make sure you have enough energy to burst consistently on Furina, enough that you have whatever flexibility you desire in a given team, and here's the spread of ER needs that you need. And then HP. If you don't need AR main stat timepiece, do HP main stat. HP main stat goblet, Hydra goblet would be fine. It's basically equivalent at C2. Do a crit circlet, crit substats, HP substats, ER substats, and some EM substats in vaporized Furina context. Is there any need to say much more than that as far as specifics go? Like, is there a reason to give these numbers? Right? When these numbers are never universal. You'd be a great guide maker, just be 3 hours long, yeah, pretty much.
It's okay if you have maybe 10% less of each respective crit stat, because Furina go a long way. Remember, clean driver teams allow C0 to 5 DPS Furina to be possible because
okay, yeah. All they did was change the HP amount on her. Okay. That, sure. Yeah. Where's tenacity? Why is Marsha Say here? No, like, what? Yeah, I don't want to talk about. I don't know what the point of bringing up Clea was. I don't want to get. Marsha Say is only for C6. Look, I maintain. I'm a hater of Marsha Say C6 Furina. But this is not. It says C0, C2. God, you are not recommending tenacity to casuals. I think people undervalue the tenacity domain. Not the tenacity domain. Sorry, tenacity artifacts. I think people should farm better tenacity artifacts. And this is why I say calcs aren't that useful. Where these numbers come from? Yeah, exactly. I like 2-piece Hydro plus EM, but like the team context really matters. I don't know. Anyways, yeah, tenacity has gone up in value over time, and there's quite literally situations where tenacity can be equivalent or better than Golden Troop, depending on if you have an on-field or not just on-field, because it buffs attack for the whole team. But anyways, this guide is about maximizing Furina's damage, I guess. Yeah, I get it, but again, team context matters, and Juice understands that. So like presenting calcs in a vacuum like this doesn't mean anything, right? Marsha Say is permanent 36 crit rate, making calcs for solo for damage Furina great. Sure, if you leave her on field and do normal attacks with C6 Bennett. Sure, I agree. If you want to do on-field Furina, you can do on-field Furina pre-C6 with C6 Bennett shenanigans. I don't understand the context for these numbers.
her sets are extremely straightforward no matter what. You
No,
only
they're
have a
not.
handful of options, so it's really hard to make a.
I mean, to be clear, they are. The vast majority of players just use Golden Troop Hunter. I don't want to overcomplicate things. Like, I don't want to oversell tenacity, okay? Or other options for Furina. You should just use Golden Troop Hunter. It's the smart option. But like, I don't know what these numbers are.
Wrong choice. An actress needs the right props to shine. So, what'll Furina's cane of choice be? None other than Splendor of Tranquil Water.
I'm just gonna hope you watch enough of my content that you know my feelings on this weapon. Key of Kachin suit, I'm not gonna lie, if she's gonna start with talking about 5-star weapons, she already acknowledged vaporized Furina as a thing, which is good. I think acknowledging that like Furina and some teams can get some pretty big vaporized damage is worthwhile. And also her value of being built with a bunch of HP anyways already, and then giving EM to the whole team. Like, I think Key of Kachin suit is far more worth discussing in a Furina build guide video over her signature weapon as far as the value of 5-star weapons go. Kyogosha Suit is a far more valuable weapon. Okay? Both because it has situations where it's better than her signature for Furina, unless you just overvalue crit stats in your screen, in your stat screen, because you like to share a stat screen with your friends that shows 280 crit damage. So, like, the Kyogosha Suit will do more potentially for Furina in some contexts. In the worst case scenario, it's extremely similar to Splendor or Tranquil Waters on her. Like, in contexts where she's not vaporizing, it's still, like, really good. I shouldn't say, like, it's doing the exact same. It's still very good on her. It gives a lot of stats that make her do more damage. And then, yeah, Chiori Weapon is very good if you're using a Geo unit. Is it Geo unit or does it have to be Chilonin? I don't remember the exact trigger condition for Chiori Weapon. But yeah, Chiori Weapon is decent as well. It's fine. I wouldn't pull Chiori Weapon just for her, but if you have Chiori Weapon and you don't need to do an energy weapon because you want to do crit, that's fine. But like, I wouldn't pull for this, I guess, if you're using Chiori Weapon on her, probably, I guess. Anyway, it's not just alone. That's what I thought. I thought it was just any Geo unit, if I recall, but I couldn't remember. Anyways, yeah, Fav is her signature weapon. I would have started talking about Fav, right? Juice understood the need for ER, and if she stressed the importance of don't sacrifice crit stats or don't sacrifice ER for, you know, these other stats, if you need to be able to burst, she emphasized that. She understands that. Therefore, I think she should have started with Fav and the pipe. I think that's where you start for discussing like build recommendations for players for Furina. You start with discussing Fav and the pipe, right? And then you move on to other options, in my opinion. And if you are going to start with 5 stars, I think you start with Kyogosha Suit. So, yeah, people will look at signature first, but that's the point of they're looking at a guide video. They went out. Someone went out of their way to go and look up extra information on Furina. They went out of their way to find extra information because they wanted to be informed. Right? Someone went out of their way to watch this. Like, either at minimum it showed up in their feed. At minimum it showed up in their feed. And they're like, you know what, I should watch this video to see if I'm actually using Furina properly. Right? Like, yeah, one, I don't think you start with signature or 5 stars in general in guide videos. I think that's a bad approach. Like, this is me criticizing Juice. I'm sorry. I don't think you should start with this in your guides. That's Hoyo shilling. Like, to be okay. I'm not saying they're getting paid by Hoyoverse, but it does feel like the default gacha player brain rot effect that we have sometimes of getting overly focused on signature weapons, right? And I don't think it's the correct approach for a guide video to start with talking about them at all. So the only good thing about the sword is the aura, pretty much. Like, yes, it's a drip weapon. I understand. So okay, give her some credit. Give her some credit. She got the order mixed up. She's a Wua content creator now. Interesting. She got the order mixed up. But
Drip, there are much more suitable choices for a C6 Furina. Favonia's sword is a hidden 5-star Furina choice. This thing is stupidly good on her because her damage isn't too relevant at low.
I think it should have been mentioned first. All right. Look, I take back some of my criticism, Juice. I still don't think you should have started with her signature weapon. I think it's an extremely overrated weapon on her. Don't get baited by it. Please. It's running right now. Don't get baited by it. Yes, Uraku is good on Furina.
Lower cons, the damage sacrifice is fine, because the white particles that she provides your team is more significant.
Yes.
This makes her extremely comfortable to play, and I would use this from C0 to 3 for sure.
If I had C6 Furina, let me show you my C6 Furina build. I'm not getting C6 Furina, but let me show you my C6 Furina build. Bam. There's my C6 Furina build, guys. She has crit rate for triggering Fav. With C4 plus, this is with C4 plus and triggering Fav particles. This is enough energy to get her burst back. C2 gives her a whole bunch of HP, right? She is the team-wide healer with C6. So she becomes the team-wide healer. She still heals plenty enough with C6. She still has a good baseline HP stat. Um, I had someone with a C6 Furina a few months ago. I think this was during Furina's original rerun or something. On my Discord server, someone had C6 Furina. I was like, hey, if you have time, can you go test this? I want to see if it works. I'm pretty sure it does because I did the numbers on it. I wanted them to test, you know, if C6 Furina with no artifacts on Fav, you know, is enough to like keep up your team-wide healing and just be fine. And it works. This works perfectly fine. It works perfectly fine. So, the point is, them saying up to C3 is perfectly sensible because I agree with the overall sentiment that, you know, I because of the energy refunding constellation, crit weapons start to make much more sense. I said before how I think this is only her action. This weapon actually starts to make some sense with her C4+. I agree with that overall take. I'm just being a little bit funny and contrarian here, specifically because I still think there is potential utility for this weapon past C3. So, anyways, yeah. I need to equip my Furina again. I'm probably gonna forget though.
It's still good from C4 to 5. More so
well,
just
there
that
you
you're
go.
going a bit overkill on ER. That's staying.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. I wouldn't say necessarily overkill. It's like enough with C4 in like worst case scenarios. It's like still not. The C4 runs a bunch of energy. So anyway, and like it makes Fav energy enough. But yeah.
Age. Great pick though. I highly recommend it for a comfortable playstyle. Yes, Festering Desire is good if you have it, but
Yeah.
genuinely,
R3
I value the
said.
white particles from Favonius more.
Yeah.
I'd say
All right. Juice, you started. Juice, you're amazing. Juice, you're amazing. You should have started with the Favonius. the Favonius salesman. Start with the Favonius salesmaning rather than whatever you said about Furina's signature weapon. Thank you.
save a sweet spot for Festering a C2+. Otherwise, I'd literally just rather use a highly refined Favonius instead. Floor of Sandra Ferryman works too, and it's not bad for personal damage, but
Yeah.
you just can't pass up the Favonius white particles, man. But
Yeah.
hey, this is still a
Juice understands. Juice understands how OP Fav is. Fav is ridiculous. This game would be so much worse if everything was the same and we didn't have the Fav weapons. One, I think some character kits would be balanced a little bit differently. I think there's a few characters whose kits would be a little bit less cringe if Fab didn't exist, as far as like building the characters go. But all in all, like I think if most things were the same and Fab didn't exist, God, this game would be so much worse. Anyways.
good free-to-play friendly weapon pick. Page AC is a stat stick that's good because of the HP percent and high crit rate that it offers.
Yeah,
Nothing much else to add here, it's a good
it's fine.
weapon.
Yeah.
Uraku Misugiri is one of the most underrated 5-star swords in the game. Without a Geo user in the team,
I don't think it's that underrated. Particularly since Shalonen's release. I think people understand this weapon's pretty good. But, you know, it's fine.
it remains competitive with Page
Doesn't mean it's worth it. But, you know, getting some amount of 5-star weapons. Like, the Shalonen Chiori weapon banner was a pretty good weapon banner. Is a pretty good weapon banner. Yeah, more numbers without context, indeed.
JC is less of an advantage. You can take great this niche choice, as this then
What?
allows
Oh, why are they talking about the
characters.
HP sword?
Also, yes, this is good for C6 Furina. Dockhand's
Yeah.
Assistant works well if you're trying to play Vape Furina, or if you're running an ER % Sands, as this then allows you to have a good amount of HP % on her in such a case. Otherwise, a pretty niche choice. Key of Caution.
Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, key being mentioned after that weapon is so weird. Anyways,
Nisu
what did she
is
say
one of
about
the
Key?
most goated Furina weapons.
All right,
It gives her a
good.
crap ton of HP %.
Should have mentioned it. Should have gone Fav, then the free to play other 4-star options, and then Key of Conscious Suit, and then oh yeah, Furina's drip weapon exists.
While offering her a total boatload of VM in return if you're trying
So
to
order wrong, statements within very correct. Okay, I overall agree with the statements within. I just have minor nitpicks with the order.
vape with her. If not, don't worry.
Think juice
because
starts in
it's an
every guy with the
insane
signature?
supporting
Yeah, I
weapon
disagree
too,
with that approach.
Seeing as it also boosts your entire team's EM. You can literally get value equivalent to that of over 1 EM stance from the passive alone, due to how much HP she typically builds. It's also literally insane for C6 Furina, and I heavily recommend it to all of my C6 enjoyers out there, as it's super good for our vape bomb field DPS teams. If you already have an extremely good stat balance of enough crit rate.
Yeah, it's I think like 1,000,000% her best C6 weapon. I don't even think it's close.
Damage, the key can actually beat Splendor at C6. The main
It can beat Splendor at not C6 for team DPS significantly. I've literally compared it, getting noticeably better clear times. To be clear, it was an R2 versus an R1. R2 is not that significant of a difference maker, I don't think. But like, I compared it with not C6. It can beat Splendor in a lot of situations.
instance where you see Splendor being better at C6 will be if you had a ton of external EM buffs, such as Instructor's Bennett, C2 Kazuha,
that's fair.
etc. Then the massive EM conversion starts to fall off, and you're left with a whole lot of HP.
EM conversion for like forward vape can fall off in the context. Oh, by the way, someone said that I was wrong and that Key of Kazuha suit. We should go test this. Guess let's go test this quick. Because I could have sworn. So when I originally learned that Staff of Scarlet Sands, so when I made my original Hyper Raiden video, right, I learned that Staff of Scarlet Sands is a percentage of the character's EM. So if you have percentage-based EM buffs on Raiden, so that would be like Nahida Burst EM buff is a percentage-based EM buff. That EM buff does not get factored into the Staff of Scarlet Sands passive. And when I learned that, I also went and like looked into like stuff with Key of Kazuha suit. So that's why I said that in that video. I'm like 90% certain that I was correct, and that Key of Kazuha suit does not give any additional EM from C2, but we can go test this quick. It's not that hard to test. We'll do ER type P, or we'll just do my normal build. That's fine. We don't need to have any particular HP threshold to see the difference that it makes. I can confirm Key, Nahida, and Sukuru's A4 does not factor for Staff of Scarlet Sands. No, I know that Key EM does not factor for Staff of Scarlet Sands. That I know, because it's a percentage based into Staff of Scarlet Sands. But this itself is a percentage based effect based on the character's HP. And I guess I could have been wrong, because Furina's HP change maybe is just coded in a different goofy way. But anyways, someone called him negative and he went on. I don't think it's just someone calling me negative. Like, I was a little annoyed that they made me out to be more toxic than I think I was. But, you know, I just wanted to proffer the stream starting with that point, because let's go. Where do we want to test this? Let's just go to the Dorito. He's gonna be fine. So anyway, it was just a random commenter that I think, you know, had some valid perspective, and I wanted to discuss it. Particularly, I wanted to invite anyone else who might have shared similar feelings, because, you know, if they're, because like the people watching my live streams already are probably not going to agree with that person, right? But maybe if I was not as negative as I was during my live streams, maybe my live streams would have 800 viewers rather than 400, right? Maybe my channel would be more successful, right? I don't know. Maybe you can make that argument. So that's why I want to try to I wanted to discuss it and try to see if there's more people like them. Gauge feedback, right? So, anyways, what is this stream even about? Nothing consistent anymore. My things that I had was I wanted to yap about Negative Nelly. I wanted to talk about some other things, like with account fixing and how my channel has been doing lately, because I'm a narcissist. No, mostly just because, like, it's just standard YouTuber paranoia if you don't have a channel that explodes. Like, my channel's always been in a state of, like, fairly stable, slow growth, but I can tell you account fixing videos used to be, like, one of my most consistently like really, really well performing videos. Like, and maybe I should have focused more down on making even more of those. But then like 2 of them in a row last fall performed really poorly. Like only got like 30,000, 40,000 views, which relative to how many of the account fixing videos performed was, I guess I'm having the account fixing app now, I'm sorry. Relative, we'll do the Furina thing in a second. Relative to, we need to have a team-wide healer too to test this. We'll use Cloud Retainer. Yeah, the brain. Relative to the performance of many of my account fixing videos, for whatever reason, I don't know if there's an algorithm change that happened. I don't know, right? The account fixing videos I have posted since last fall, which there's been 3, and I know there's been like a 4-ish month gap. I know, I'm aware. The gap was not smart on my part. I'm going to return to making just a more generic account fixing video for the next one. Like my next account fixing video is probably going to be like, what does can I fix this account with 8 billion resin, right? I'm going to do that again because one of my best account fixing videos performance wise is just, can I fix this free to play account with 6,000 resin? And it kind of really bothers me that one has performed so well, because I don't like forming account fixing videos from a baseline perspective of resin, because I like the focus of account fixing videos to be heavily in part what I can do without just resin. But obviously farming is an important component of what I can do. So anyways, point is, I'm going to have somewhat of a return to form, because I tried new things with I've been trying new things with account fixing videos, and maybe they just didn't work. And maybe I can, but like I can tell you my views have been going consistently down in the last couple months. Partially because I've made a little bit less videos, but partially because I just was trying new things. And my living situation kind of has to change soon. So like in conjunction with my living costs going up here soon, it's a little bit paranoia inducing, to say the least, to have to take on more monetary costs in my life while also being more uncertain about the future of my ability to make money. Anyways, time to make more clickbait titles. Yeah, there we go. How to make Furina do 18 billion% more damage. I'm sorry, Juice. Your video seems to be fine. Your video seems to be fine overall. This is what I'm talking about, where like I think some people might make it out that I was being overly negative. Like I think it was a worthwhile demonstration of like, yeah, I guess you can construe as being overly negative, but I also think I explained decently well where I was coming from with my criticism, and I acknowledge that it's just like different approaches to things. So I don't know. Anyways, I've seen Furina 20 million nuke. No, but I'm not surprised it's possible, because that's how forward vaporize be. So yeah. Anyways, that's my quick account fixing. Yep, I'm gonna do more account fixing soon. If like I make 2 more account fixing videos and they perform as badly as, so by the way, like I don't think this is like from Atomic or anything. I don't know exactly why it's not performing very well. The impressions on my new account fixing video are good. Like metrics are good on it, except the total view count is just quite low. Like it won't surprise me if the most recent account fixing video, which took a lot of time both in originally recording and like time editing, both in my part and Atomic. It wasn't just Atomic that edited that video. I spent, I think, about 6, 7. I think actually it was probably, I'll just say 8 hours. It was basically a day's worth of work. I spent most of my Friday, working on the account fixing video. Basically, Atomic edited the main live stream footage into a video, and then I trimmed a lot of the fat, added commentary, which took a lot of time because I had to decide exactly whatever. Anyways, I don't know. It took me a long time to actually review my editor's edit and do my own edit on top of that, but it's fine. My point is, I think like I can see value. By the way, I like as far as feedback for that. I guess we're talking about this now too. I'll do the keep cautious thing. I'm sorry, it's my brain. ZZZ vids, maybe. Honestly, yeah. Like I should probably use this opportunity if my videos are doing a little bit poorly, and I'm gonna get lower views on videos anyways. May as well maybe take the opportunity to make Zenless videos. They're probably gonna perform poorly, but hey, maybe I can diversify a little bit. I don't know. Anyways, as far as like having an editor goes, it's hard for me to stomach like I have to pay them, right? Right now, I don't know if I don't know if I'm gonna make money on that account fixing video. Is what I'll say. Like, there was a lot of footage to go through. It was not a low amount of time investment. I think you know, Atomic earned the payment they got. But the fact that I paid them that means that like the end amount of like monetary gain I'm getting from that video, unless it gets to I think at least 40,000 views, I'm not making money on that video. And I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't even break 30K as it currently stands. But account fixing videos are weird on my channel. They tend to creep up in views a lot over time. I don't play HSR anymore, sorry. Maybe eventually, but yeah. So anyways, as far as like feedback I saw for the edits, most people just overall seem to be very positive on the edits, and that was my feeling as well. I saw some people say they didn't like the, you know, Gen Z humor, which I think is an oversimplification of what the editing was. It was more just they inserted a couple of memes. And I felt like when they inserted them was fairly appropriate. Like, I don't know. I'm not someone who... I personally tend not to like that in videos myself. But if it's done sparingly and done well, I feel like it can like emphasize the impact and make things more entertaining to watch. I don't think it's just a Gen Z humor thing. So, anyways, I think Atomic did a really good job with their add-ins, because it's stuff that I normally would not have spent the extra time doing. There's some stuff that I probably won't have them do in any future videos, such as the... Well, I don't know. So there's a couple of people that said they really liked the little montage, but the little like 20-second montage before the farming started was simultaneously a good transition, but also I feel like unnecessary fluff maybe in some levels. So I don't know, for me, like I don't think that if I'm gonna argue like numbers, there's like potential concerns with viewer retention if someone drops the video during that transition, but I don't know. Anyways, maybe the account fixing video performed worse because it wasn't super up to date. It was objectively good, but the video started months ago theoretically. I don't think that was a factor, Elijah. My experience on YouTube, particularly in specifically Genshin YouTube, I've seen a lot of Genshin creators, and a lot of creators in general on the platform post videos that were from stuff they did many months ago. And like, yes, when it comes to like, okay, if I'm gonna make a... Let's do a DPS... I was going to say DPS Furina. She's normally a DPS. If I'm going to do an on-field damage dealer Furina video, I think the time to make that video was during Furina banner, right? And making an on-field Furina DPS video when Furina's not on banner is going to make the video probably less likely to perform well if I had posted it during her banner. Same thing, like I want to do a DPS Charlotte, and I might do a video about Chungyun, and Mika is going to get excluded. I'm sorry. Like, I should make those during their banners. That obviously is time poignant in the context of gacha games and their timed banners and whatever. Usually don't like farming montages. I prefer commentary. Yeah, I saw some of that feedback. So, I don't know, right? Like, the point is, like, I don't think in this video, the concept of the video was not particularly tied to anything happening in-game immediately in the moment. That I don't think the performance of the video is really affected in this case by the fact that it was from a few months ago, or recorded during like version 5.2, right? Mostly. So anyways, yeah, as far as farming montages, I agree. I don't actually like watching them either. I skip past them. Like if I was watching that account fixing video, I would skip past it. I think Atomic did a good job including it, though. Like, it's still important to show in some form. And I think they did a better job than I probably would have done, because realistically, I was doing that farming and then I was just yapping about something else, maybe on a live stream, that isn't worth including in the video. So getting rid of the commentary there and just having a short, like showing that progression was made, farming was done, is important in the context of what the video was about, I feel like. So anyways, honestly, I feel like some of your newer titles, thumbnails have been shifting more towards having older, more dedicated viewers compared to newer, less dedicated viewers, which there is more of. What do you mean, Whiffle? I would have liked more of the funny moments from the fishing for the catch stream to have been included in the edited video, but overall I like the editing. Yeah, that's fair, I guess. That is a side effect, maybe to some extent. If I had remembered what specific funny moments happened in the catch stream, maybe I would have requested that they include some of those moments, but I didn't remember what specific ones to include. So I don't know exactly. Like, I wasn't there when Atomic decided. I don't know exactly what Atomic's decision was, other than I told Atomic that I wanted to keep the video not much more than 40 minutes at maximum. That was my target for editing that video. And their edit was like a 41-minute cut. I cut it down to like 38 minutes, but I also added like an additional minute of footage. So, anyways, when Eula video, so probably not anytime soon. I don't know when Eula gets rerun. You might try some weird team comps and make such a vid. I don't know. Honestly, from what I know about YouTube having breaks with content that is serialized really hurts the numbers. Okay, but what I was talking about with the account fixing videos before, like this account fixing video performing worse relative to the other ones might, yes, very well be because of the break in doing the account fixing videos. I acknowledge that. I kind of might have to build up again in some form, and maybe I'll never return to the heights that the account fixing videos had, and that's my bad. That's the misery of the content creator grind right there. You take a break and you get effed. That does happen. It's happened to me in the past. It's like the reason I've been doing this as long as I have, but I only have like 50,000 subscribers, is because the period which I was experiencing the most explosive growth in my channel, I burned myself out like a month or two in, or something, and I stopped making edited videos for like a month or two. I don't remember exactly. It was several months at least, and I just did live stream content. That was very bad for my channel. That was very bad. So, yeah, anyways, I think I'm still seeing the effects of that. And maybe if I had capitalized on the account fixing more, I could have done more, but the problem is I didn't want my whole channel to become account fixing videos. They take a long time to make if I want to make them the way I want to make them. So when's the polling video coming out? I don't know when I'm going to make it. The problem is, like, I said it during the live stream how, like, okay, maybe it would have been better, more valuable as a video that was, like, pulling and fixing the player's builds. But then, I don't know. I don't know if there's actually a good video concept that people will watch there. I couldn't think of a good way to frame it that I was satisfied with. So, I don't know. If the polling video comes out, it's going to be it's probably going to be just the wishing, mostly, and not as much as the commentary on the builds. So, I don't know. What I've heard from older YouTubers who've been doing this for ages, that their job is normal for a channel to have some ups and downs. Oh yeah, no, I'm well aware. I've already experienced some ups and downs, and like right now is the time where videos just on YouTube just get less views, in general, right? But like I understand all that, but you can still, if your channel is consistently growing, usually it shouldn't like affect your overall metrics that much on a multiple video basis. But anyways, I think when Skirt comes out, you'll be able to have a lot of growth. But my channel has never been, like, while I like do videos on like, hey, here's a new character and something I can do with them, my channel's never been that focused on like making a bunch of content about a new character more often than not, right? Like, I'll do one video on Skirt, but that doesn't necessarily grow the channel. So I don't know. It's a struggle trying to diversify both my Genshin content and potentially other ways, is my point. And I want to try new things, and I still want to do account fixing videos because I think they're valuable, and I don't hate making them. I do enjoy making them usually. But I don't know. Yeah, monetarily, maybe my channel would be in a much better space if I had fully leaned into it, right? Maybe I'd have 200,000 subscribers right now, and I'd have 8 times the viewership if I had just done, an account fixing video every week. I could have done that. But boy, I feel like that would have made me real burnt out on Genshin, and kind of, if you feel like I'm jaded now, I would have turned into such a negative person. I feel like if I had forced myself to do account fixing videos every single week, I would have potentially turned into such a negative person for this game that I would have had to be fake positive. all the time. I wouldn't have been able to provide you a nuance because it would have just been all negative. Anyways, that's my feeling. So yeah, and account pixeling, yeah, can only go so far. I don't know how many times I can make the same video, right? Like a lot of times the account pixeling videos are the same video, but I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try making what is functionally a similar video that I made before, but as far as account pixeling, like I said, the next one I'm gonna replicate. If we go to my channel, let's go look at the most popular videos on my channel, right? Give me a second. Blap. That. Oh, that's because I have. I gotta switch it. Oops. Oh yeah, I forgot we haven't finished watching that. Oh yeah, we gotta do C2 Furina Key Culture Suit check. Remind me. Blap. There we go. Here's my channel. Kave video has 4,000 views. Go watch the Kave. But man, my brain was I was not high this video. I swear. I didn't even have any caffeine. I took a nap last night. And then, like, a couple hours later, I was like, I want to record a Kave video. And I want to make it tonight. And I went to sleep at 7 a.m. To be clear, I lost an hour because of daylight savings. That was a genuine surprise. That was not faked. None of that video was fake. That was just weird energy. Anyways, why do I have an eye on my profile picture? Because I like it. I might change it eventually. I don't know. I got someone made me fan art that I must admit. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Shoot. Do I have it saved on my computer? I might only have it saved on my phone. Give me a second. Give me a second. I think it was Kip that made this. See if I can find it. Give me a second. That I am tempted to use as a profile icon, but I haven't checked how good it actually looks as a profile icon. Oh, there it is. Found it. Bam. To be clear, the white is transparent. So, you know, I must admit, thank you, Kip, for making this, by the way. They made it as a birthday art for me. I appreciate it. I don't know. I kind of love it. I kind of love it. I'm not going to lie. It might have to be tweaked a little bit for a profile icon, but I like the vibe. I do like the Derpy Fox vibe. With, like, just rainbow line art and whatever. So was it inspired by? It's inspired by my normal icon. Oops, that's my streaming dashboard. It's inspired by my normal icon. Anyways, popular. Yeah, that's what I expected. Can I fix this 78-year-old's account? And then 300,000 views. Can I fix this AR60 account? Can I fix this 3-year-old Genshin Impact account? I didn't even realize this one got up that high. And then, yeah, this is what I was mentioning where, like, just the can I fix a free-to-play Genshin account with a bunch of resin was high up. Now, some of these, I didn't even look at them that long. Wow, also, this video has 200,000 views. I knew it got like 100K. I didn't realize it creeped up to 200K. What in the world? Also, the Candace video was 136K. Is it just the artifact in the thumbnail that did that? I must admit, it might be the 50CV artifact that did that. But anyways, there's a lot of account fixing. Anyways, also I didn't realize this one got this many views. What in the world? At least I made money from that. That's nice. I prefer making money when I spend money in this game. I do not like losing money when I spend money. So anyway, it's like I need to like look at my successes and try to replicate my successes more. I think maybe too often I try too many new things. Like maybe I cause my own demise to some extent. This thumbnail being here, but this is the origin of account fixing, by the way. This video. Yeah. So, anyways, I should replicate the success to some extent, and my goal is to do that. So I'm gonna just try maybe some of the same things with slight different variations, right? Again, and see how it goes, right? So yeah, I can change the pace and do Zenless streams. I mean, I might do Zenless here. So, anyways, wait, let me real quick before we should we do you want to see me test Key Casual Suit first, or should we finish glancing through no, I also hit the button. What?
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered.
Why is it not working?
If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
What? Oh, that's yeah, no. Okay, well I guess we're not watching the rest of this video because OBS broke. It just does not want to show this anymore. Why? For some reason it shows it in my OBS window as Zajeff. Is that what it wants? Does it want me to open up Zajeff? What? Why did that work?
Boring.
Sometimes technology really confuses me, man. Like, it showed in my like drop down the window. Right, this is just a different tab over here, right? The video that we were looking at before. And it showed the window as being tagged with Zajeff77 Twitch, because that's what was open before. But I had closed this tab because we weren't watching Zajeff. I reopened the page, and it worked again. Why? Why does it care about, why does OBS care about a specific tab being opened? Like, it's not that it cares about Zajeff, but it wanted the same tab to be open for it to recognize the window again.
Being too popular
What?
can be such a
That's such a weird
Who knew the people would
software
adore
thing.
you so much?
Yeah, it's the same window matching. Yeah, it's the same exact URL. I went back to the same URL because that's what the Chrome window, or that's what the label was in OBS. At least I know how to fix that in the future. Yeah, Zajeff's a popular theory crafter. Anyways, oh look, more numbers that are useful. Yeah, useful numbers. All right, sick. What is this section? C0 to C5 teams. Okay, team demonstration. Yeah. I don't have Clee/Siege Wing, so just listen to audio of this part. That's fine.
Boring. Isn't there anything else
C6
more
DPS team. This is
interesting
a long section. Why is C6 have a section that's as long as the non-C6 teams? Yeah, I know. I'm gonna check Q Couch's suit. Okay, so anyways, I have nitpicks. Talents, yeah, I like I said, I think you should start with the character, how the character's kit works in the starter guide videos, but it's fine. Is this why? Is this her, Furina? Is this why? Is this why there was that long in C6? I see. Okay. Did she show a did she show a 0 artifact fab build? If she didn't, I think she's a fake C6 Furina fan. I'm joking. I'm poking fun. I don't know. Yeah, just yapping about constellations. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. I think this guide was fine. I think it was fine. I think I would not structure things the same way. It was fine. I don't think it really helps fix some of the misinformation on how people use Furina that I see in the community personally. But it's fine. I think it's fine. Yeah.
Being too popular can be such a hassle.
Yeah. I think there's some weird inclusions and weird ways of ordering things, but it's fine. I can get it. Hey, who's this? Yeah, of course I'm in. Why does it say I have 268 viewers? My dashboard says I have 358. This says I have 268. Which is lying? One of them is lying. Interesting. ZZZ's second channel. Interesting. Part of the reason I have not made ZZZ videos is I can't figure out a way that I like making thumbnails for them. I've tried a couple times, but anyways. Anywho's. why are we there? I don't know why we're on KQ. Oh, we're looking at before. All right, let's check the C2 Furina interaction with Key of Kaja suit. We'll see if I was wrong. I might have been wrong. Again, it might have just been something that got discombobulated in my brain with where my understanding was percentage-based effects based on other percentage changing stats do not get factored into buffs, right? So the thinking was that Furina's changing HP from her C2 would not be reflected in the EM buff that we get from Key of Kaja suit. In particular because I don't think this changes dynamically necessarily either, but we'll double check. I didn't actually double check in the video. I just stated it in the Kabe video because that's what I thought it worked like. I'm pretty sure I had checked it in the past, but it might have gotten discombobulated with some other information related to like my understanding of like the similar situation, but with Staff of Scarlet Sands, where percentage-based EM buffs for Staff of Scarlet Sands do not give you bonus attack. Right, so does Furina's percentage-based HP changing from her C2 give you a bonus EM? Right, that's what we're checking. Why do you have 40,000 HP right now? Oh, because I'm stupid. Anyways, yeah, I'm pretty sure Key only does a starting stat. I'm pretty sure as well, but I got a comment saying I was wrong and that C2 Furina does benefit Key's conversion. So that's what we're going to check here quick, which is easy enough to check because we just need to see what EM we have. So we have 33 EM at baseline, and then after we get max stacks, we'll see what Furina goes to. And there we go. We're at max stacks. We have 346. Sick. Wow. Crazy. And let Furina be on field. I don't have energy. Okay, we're gonna have to come back. Whoops. Or are we? Oh, we don't have to. All right. I did that like definitely stupidly, but they're still attacking. We have more HP. Oh, it does work. Okay. Well, there we go. I really dislike that works, to be honest, because the one thing I ask is that Mihoyo's at least somewhat consistent in their crap. Like, right? Like, can you just be consistent, Mihoyo? It's fine. That is that like, in my opinion, if the interaction with other percentage-based buffs interfacing with percentage-based buffs doesn't work. Like, I had a rant about that when I learned about that originally, because I was annoyed by the fact that that was a thing with Staff of Scarlet Sands, and how, like, Nahida buff does not give it a bonus attack with Staff of Scarlet Sands. This weapon is, like, just the HP to EM version of Staff of Scarlet Sands, right? Like, it shouldn't work. And to be clear, I think the reason it works is probably related to how Furina's C2 is coded. Probably a little bit differently than how like external buffs are coded like this, right? If it was Raiden herself that had like a passive, if it was a Raiden passive, I think that buffed Raiden's EM inherently, right? Rather than a buff from someone else, maybe it would work the same thing like we're seeing with Furina. So there's some minor difference that probably explains it, is my point. It just annoys me because that's an inconsistency that's so unintuitive. So I don't. Do I have that? I think I had that comment pulled up on my phone. Let me look at the comment specifically. It said, oh yeah, this is the comment. Good video, but there's one critical mistake that wasn't addressed. I did actually address this, by the way. I just cut it out of the video because you know the Kave video, by the way, was like an hour of recording. It's not an hour-long video. I think there was a good like 10 to 20 minutes of yap that I cut out, which is typical for my recordings. One of those yaps was me discussing Oron and him stealing blooms, as well as mentioning like maybe using Beto instead of Oron for Kave, specifically because I wanted less focus to be on Hyper Bloom. But I just decided, whatever. This video was more about the silly, chaotic energy and just using Kaveh, showing him it is, in my opinion, most fun, newest, best team, ignoring the situational context problems, of course. And I didn't really care to stress on I didn't feel like getting too lost in I was already yabbing a bunch about the details of the team and whatever. I didn't feel like having a whole 3-4 minute section about Beidou and Oron specificities, right? So, yeah, there's always an inconsistency in Genshin. So anyways, so yeah, it's common. They're saying Oron was hyperblooming most of the Dendro cores with his burst. Yes. They pointed out how I was losing out a lot of high AoE bloom damage. We can go test this quick, I think. Furina is not on the same build she was before. Actually, we can just change. It's not going to be hard to change Furina back to the build. Oron is also not on instructors anymore, but that's fine. We're just going to be testing. So the point is, builds are not the same as they were in the video, other than Kaveh would be the same. And Sitlali will not be the same either. But we will put Sitlali on Sackfrigs. I just don't feel like changing anything else. Oron, we should put it on instructors. But anyways, so the full comment, what they said was, I was losing out on a lot of high AoE bloom damage. They're kind of correct. Like, the bloom damage is doing AoE damage versus, Oron stealing the hyper blooms means, that's single target damage. I don't know if it actually is going to result in better clear times, though, without, like, some optimization. But anyway, so what they're suggesting is, Kaveh was also not healing much because he wasn't, taking bloom damage, and therefore he could have been activating Furina's healing passive a lot more. Again, I think I cut this out too. I had a whole yap about how I wasn't really worried about getting a bunch of damage bonus or triggering Furina's healing passive because I was just focusing the team on the transformative reaction damage. Therefore, didn't care that I was hurting Furina's damage as much. Like I mentioned it at some points in the video still, I think. Anyways, and they said Oron would have worked fine with just his skill because Sitlali's Night Soul hits also trigger Oron's Hypersense hits, which is true. His skill also hits 3 times in AoE, so there's no issue with triggering elegy. And then they said the thing about the key EM buff. So I'm going to respond to this person. Thanks. I got my info about key buff mixed up with the inconsistencies in other buffs. I should say thanks for the correction first. Oops. Thanks for the correction. Like key of Kaj Nasut EM buff not working with sauce, I think. I think that's where my brain got it mixed up. I thought I had checked it in the past that's why I said it in the video and left it in the video, but I didn't. That's my bad. My bad. As for the Oron stuff, I actually discussed that, but cut it out of the video somewhat. And I'm gonna test it live. Live responding to comments. Test it live today. Bam. There we go. Responded to that person. Thank you for the correction. Who was that person that did that? Stanley. Stanley Kai. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. This is how we learn. This is how we learn. Anyways, what was I doing? Oh yeah, derp. We're gonna go. Wait, did I? Okay, I don't feel like equipping Oron with instructors right now. I think it'll be fine. So what I want to compare is, I want to compare Kaveh. By the way, something I was tempted to do instead of Furina. But Furina was on banner, so I was like, okay, I should probably use Furina. Because also I'm like actually normally using Furina in this team anyways. But unironically, I think Cece's Candace is kind of interesting for the context of Shatterbloom Kave. I think her AoE Hydro application kind of works well. And you can, yeah, anyways. So, and the front-loaded Hydro utility is interesting. But yeah, anyways. And it can mitigate some weirdness with Kave and downtime with his burst by giving him a Hydro infusion. So, anyways. Why am I being a negative Nelly? I mean, I was just responding. But it was just a cascade of thoughts that I had on, like, how I think of how I communicate things. And I was discussing it in case that I saw other feedback from people that agreed with the one comment that was accusing me of being extremely toxic in my live streams or something. Anyways, it was just something I wanted to talk about and expand more on to see people's thoughts on. Particularly, I want to see if VOD watchers that like don't watch as much of my streams, or people that might click on the video and like get turned away from my streams because I'm being overly negative from their point of view. If people have like what I hope for is that people can, if you feel like I'm being overly negative on something, feel free to call me out on it, right? Like be like, hey, you know, I think you're being overly negative here. It doesn't really make sense to criticize it in that way, kind of thing, whatever, right? Anywho's, we're not doing any serious Abyss clears. We're just comparing Kave. So Furina, Kave, best boy, see Lolly, Oron, and what we're going to compare here is just specifically the difference that we see in using Oron burst versus not using Oron burst, right? That's the goal here. Shinobi be an alright replacement for Oron and Shadowbloom Kave. She's basically just going to turn the team into a Hyperbloom team, quite frankly. And therefore, I don't... Personally, I didn't put Furina on a... I will put Furina on Kyoka's suit. I feel like that is a significant enough difference maker that I should... I have played this team without changing Furina to Kyoka's suit, and I can tell you... Did I cut that out of the video? I can't remember if I included that yap in the video. Kyoka's suit is like a not insignificant difference maker, I think, to Chatterbloom Kave. So I should probably also, if we're gonna lean into it, we lean fully into it, but also don't forget to change my things to have more ER. Otherwise, I may be unhappy. All right, flap. There we go. Okay, same Furina build as we had in the video, and then run and do. All right. Why do you have one R2 Freedom Sword and then another R1? Because I got 3 and trying to go for... Because before I had any 5-star swords for Bennett, I wanted an alley flash. This is like... It was like, you know, the first Kazuha rerun years ago when I first started playing Genshin, a few months after I started playing Genshin. And back then I was less aware of the details, and, you know, also stuff like Sapwood Blade didn't exist then, right? Yeah, so anyways, I don't think it was the correct decision. But I wished on that banner because I wanted a single copy of Alley Flash, and I was fine with getting Freedom Sworn. I got Freedom Sworn at Pity, and I was like, well, still didn't get Alley Flash. Whatever, I'll do another 10 pull. LOL, got another Freedom Sworn. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll use that on Bennett. And I did for a long, long time. I used only Freedom Sworn on Bennett. But then I also, before that banner ended, did another 10 pull, because I was like, I would just like to have a weapon for Bennett and not have to level a Freedom Sworn for him or whatever. And I got another Freedom Sworn. That's why I have 3 Freedom Sworns. I did like 80 or 90 pulls in the banner and got 3 Freedom Sworns and 0 alley flashes. The game trolled the actual daylights out of me. So, anyways. You just made an interesting video about the best Genshin cores. You know what? I think that is an interesting video concept. I'm down for React content. I'm down for lazy content day. Look, I've been watching Zajev too much lately. This is the problem with watching Zajev. I turn into a React content creator. Oh God. All right. Let me look up TGS. Blop blop. Alright, what is it? The best team cores in Genshin Impact 2025 updated. Alright. Yeah, we'll watch that. Thing to work? Yeah, it works. Wow. Slam.
If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette,
Imagine being a React streamer. I know. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Clap. Good second skill. So we're going to use Oron first, and we're going to see... We're probably going to have to do a couple runs here, but optimized runs with this team can get in the neighborhood, I believe, of a minute clear. But it has, you know, inconsistencies, minor inconsistencies. Realistically, it's more often a minute and 10 seconds in this chamber. And again, I could do things like potentially prototype Amber, especially in my case with the C2 Furina. Probably is very relevant. But yeah, problems like that lady getting knocked away is pretty significant.
you two. Time to end them.
Farewell. Go. You're free now. Watch and learn. Sight clear.
Yeah, I think Oron's burst is adding enough value to the team that it's still worth using.
Come at me.
Yeah, you can see where I'm talking about, where like I think 1 minute is possible, but it ends up being more like a minute and 10 seconds in practice. So that was a minute and 5 seconds. We'll do another run. First step, React content, then VTuber drama farmer. Yeah, there we go. Speaking of, still can't decide whether or not I just need to go. Money is weird for me. I'm not gonna do this until I figure out my living situation and how much money I have that I can throw at things. But I should do some simple kind of PNG YouTuber for some live streams, so you can like. So I can have some kind of emotive utility, even if it's something simple, right? Like, what if, right, the thing, the fox thing, right? Where is it? Oh, there we go. Here, let me open up another browser so I don't screw up my crap. Blat. This. What if this was my VTuber model? Like. What if this little thing was yapping at you? Not this exact thing, but you know, use this as the baseline model. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like that idea. But anyways, I think that's like the perfect demonstration of me, a goofy fox yapping constantly with paint on his body. Okay, this is obviously a little worse, I think, to start here. Yeah, that was a little awkward. Draw eyebrows on. Look, the decision of like how to make it show emotions would be left to whatever artist I find. I don't know if I would be the one to make the decisions on how to best make it show emotions. But as a baseline, a sketch for an idea on what to do as a silly model, I think I like it. Alright, this is a worse clear by far. I might have to do another run, because I think we just got kind of mucked up a little bit. I'm freezing. Yeah, okay. See, that was not ideal, to say the least. Is Kaveh the one healing? Yes. And that's part of the idea that the comment was making was like, you know, just not, we're gonna test using Oron, the same exact team, but not using Oron's burst. Because Oron burst stealing blooms steals potential AoE damage. Which I honestly don't think is that much of a factor, because like our AoE utility is limited more by the fact that this, like, you know, lady gets whacked away, more than I feel our AoE is limited by like Oron stealing some AoE damage, right? And I think it provides some extra damage value in other ways, is my theory. But I can also see why you can say it'd be more in the spirit of a Kaveh video to not use Oron burst, so maybe I should have done that. And yeah, again, he heals more. Like Kaveh will be able to heal more consistently without Oron bursting, which is the interesting factor here that might matter as well. Make sure I switch targets. There we go. What was the time there? How does Kave heal? He has Ascension 4 passive. When he takes bloom damage, he heals a percentage of his EM. That was about 1 minute and 8 seconds. Alright, cool. So, Auron on this team is because Superconduct, also energy refunding, is quite valuable. So, not that, I mean, you could do like double Dendro, to be clear, if you want. But like, without Superconduct, you're going from significant shatter damage. Well, not like, I don't know. You're going from like we can get like 43k super shatter damage, I think, in that team right now. You're probably dropping down to like 30. I think it's like 30% less ish, I think. So like 30k. We'll just simplify and say 30k. I could check quick, I guess. But you know, if I use my C2 Nahida, and am I gonna clear faster? Especially being that I think my Nahida is on Prototype Amber. The answer is, I presume, yes. No, she's not on Prototype Amber right now. I see. Yeah, that makes sense. All right. So let's see. I don't know. Before we do the no burst overrun, let's see this instead. But I don't like using C2 Nahida. I don't find it particularly fun. I can see most people would probably use C2 Nahida if you had it though for Shatter Bloom Kave, I suspect. So we're gonna get less shatter damage, less physical shatter damage, right? More focus on bloom damage by doing this. That's fine. Just different perspective of doing things, and it very well might clear significantly faster by nature of having C2 Furina and getting more damage bonus more consistently. So, yeah. And the bloom critting is, of course, you know, a fun aspect as well. Looking at 36k. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe I overvalued the rest shred. Again, like C2 Nahida makes an overly disparate difference here, I think. And yeah, I don't know. C2 Nahida is like something that does too much, and often enough, right? That's why I don't like using it in my videos very often. I don't think it's something I'd recommend people go for, but at the same time, you know, this is obviously better, significantly. Better enough that I probably should have considered trying this, or showing this in the video. Oh well. I find the Electro variants more fun. I don't know. It causes, I just find it more fun. And Kave's energy needs are way lower. You know, we could do like more EM on him actually. So, you know, like fair. I should maybe have done Nahida, but I haven't actually seen anyone say I should do Nahida instead of Auron in that video. But it's fine. I find the Auron variant more fun. For what it's worth, I didn't have Auron on instructors like I had in my Kave video here. As far as the comparison to Nahida specifically goes right now. But I think in particular with my C2 Nahida, obviously Nahida should be, generally speaking, significantly better. A weird factor with Nahida though is she's going to basically make it so Furina is always the one generated in the bloom course. So Kave's EM basically doesn't matter, and therefore you could probably spec Kave into crit potentially. But if you're specing Kave into crit and you don't have an Electro unit for doing spreads, well then it's not as, so like, it's weird is my point. Anyways, let's check this. Now we're going to compare to Auron, but without using his burst. You go more in depth on Furina C1 in teams. Furina C1 is pretty universally just a significant damage upgrade. Like on average, it's going to be probably like a 30% extra, 30+% damage bonus in most teams, most of the time, is the simple way to think about it. The extra front-loaded fanfare can be extremely valuable in a lot of teams. In some teams, it's not as important to have the front-loaded fanfare, but it still gives you a higher total peak damage bonus. So in the worst-case scenario, you know, it should still be giving like 25% extra damage bonus. It's pretty good. is that more valuable than going for other high investment things? Like, if you're always doing Furina Shalona together, well, I think Shalonan's signature weapon is probably technically more valuable than Furina C1, but I still would like, because of the fact that it's cheaper. But I think wishing on character banner inherently has some additional value over wishing on weapon banner, because like maybe you have a 50-50 and it's like, if you win the 50-50 for Furina C1, cool. If you don't win the 50-50, you'll save the guarantee for a future character. Like, I've done that mindset all the time, right? When choosing to wish for extra copies of characters. And I think that's a fair approach. So, you know, I don't know, like Furina C1 is good. I think much of how people think about Furina C2 and how people overrate Furina C2 is because of the strength of Furina C1 being pretty just universally good. And like, if I was going to rewind time, I was able to get, so my Furina on my main account, I did not spend any money for, other than the Welkins that I accrued, which I just count, like, I don't know. Welkins don't feel like spending much money, and they feel like how to be sane as far as being able to pull a meaningful number of characters in this game, not like I'm spending that much money. When I say spending money, I usually mean, you know, this. So I didn't do any topos for C2 Furina, right? But I won my 50-50 for C0 Furina, I won my 50-50 for C1 Furina, and I went to pity twice for C2 Furina. So it took me twice as many pulls to get the C2 Furina compared to or it took me the same number of pulls to get C2 Furina alone as it took me to get C1 and C0 and C1. And I can tell you, I've gotten more value, I think, on average out of C0, C1 Furina. And I don't think, like, the content I could have made, I don't think the overall experience with Furina would be crazily different for me if I didn't have her C2, right? And if I hadn't done that, if I had just saved those 150 wishes, I would have been able to not spend any money to get C6 Farazan, right? I ended up having to, because I didn't expect C6 Farazan to run on like a Cloud Retainer banner that came out shortly after Furina, right? I would have had spare wishes to do that. I would have had spare wishes to, say, get Raiden C2 or something. I would have had spare wishes to get Navi on her original banner rather than getting on her rerun. Yada yada. Point is, like, I don't think it was the correct decision to get Furina C2, but I think I would be slightly remiss if I didn't have Furina C1, because I do think it makes a meaningful difference in a lot of teams. It depends on the team, though. Falcon is still spending? Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't spending. I'm just saying it doesn't feel the same to me. See, they still get knocked away, right? I don't think it's that much worse. Clearly, right? So, you know, maybe I should have tried to demonstrate that in the video, but oh frick, that was bad. That was obviously just a stupid misplay. And like, I don't know, the grouping issues in this particular chamber, right, are more significant than like the problems Oron provides. I think this is an overly bad clear because of compared to the original one. So, I don't know. I think it's better. I still think it's probably more consistent to use Oron Burst in this specific chamber, right? So, yeah. Sitlolly C2 is so fun, especially on Mulan teams. Yeah, I can see that. I probably would have gone for Sitlolly C2 if I could disable Constellations. I just feel like I would do way too much in too many teams that, like, I just... like, it is way too annoying to account for additional 20% res shred and that much elemental mastery at the same time. Really? Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, it is a nonsensically strong Constellation. I think in the current state of Genshin's meta, I think Sitlolly C2 Sitlali C1 and Sitlali C2 is arguably better to go for than Furina Constellations. But I also can tell you one of the things that gives me the value of Sitlali C1 is like on a team building level, is having Sitlali is having Furina C2, right? Because I can do Furina and Sitlali alone with Sitlali on Prototype Amber, right? And get 100% damage bonus, which scales the value of the flat damage buff from Sitlali. And like, yeah, if I'm using Sitlali as the only healer, I think this is pretty clearly like not better. Like, I don't think it's better to use Oberon, or sorry, to just use Oberon's skill here. So anyways, there's more nuance to Kave Shatterbloom teams, clearly, than just using Oberon, obviously. Oberon is not a necessity by any means, as I demonstrated with like Nahida and whatever. You could use other Electros, I think, too. I just enjoyed using Oberon, and that's kind of where that's at, so, yeah. What weapon is Kave on? He's on Fav, because energy. So, yeah, anyways, and he has a lot of EM buffs anyways from other sources that I don't think using an EM weapon is that relevant on him, in my case, but yeah. So yeah, the conjunction of like Sitlali C1 plus Furina C2 together is part of the value I get from Sitlali C1. Not entirely. It's not like every single situation I've done that, but the fact that Sitlali can be the team-wide healer with Prototype Amber with Furina C2 is a compelling combo, especially with Sitlali C1. You know, how to get the most value from flat damage buffs is by having as much damage bonus as possible. And, well, hey, look, a lady that gives 100% damage bonus. So, you know, there's weird factors. Like, I personally, for the kind of teams that I enjoy playing, I value having the combo of C2 Furina, C1 Sitlali, more than I value, I think, having the combo of C2 Sitlali, C1 Furina, for example. The reason I say that is because that would be the same total number of 5 stars. But on a meta level, I think it technically would be better to do that, right, is what I'm mentioning. So, anyways, but on a meta level, as far as resource management goes, what you should do is prioritize getting new supports in general rather than getting support constellations. Like, yeah, this is fun and does a significant amount for like making DPS Kachina work. I enjoy it. And this is very, very strong, but like not necessarily as strong as, you know, having Shalonen versus not having Shalonen, or say, I don't know, not having Iansan copies. So yeah, anywho's, and especially as they've been releasing more and more supports, like they release Mawika, right? If they're gonna power creep DPSs, they're gonna power creep supports to some extent. You could argue that they power creep supports already. I think they've done a good job lately, where like we just have a lot more support options, and it's not necessarily support power creep. But, you know, if they release a Natlan Hydra unit that doesn't have like the team building HP restriction that Furina has, but does, I don't know, let's assume they do 60% damage bonus at C0 and do Hydra application that doesn't require normal attacks, right? And they can use the Natlan support set, and that's part of like why I'm factoring like the 60% damage bonus, like just equivalent, right? Like where they get close to Furina's buff, but don't have the downside of Furina's healing situation. And maybe they do less personal damage than Furina or something, right? There'd be nuance to it. Is that power creep? I don't think it would be. But if they do Furina level damage, don't require a healer, and do almost exactly the same damage bonus as C0 Furina, then that is support power creep, right? So, anyways, I don't think they're going to do that necessarily. And also that ignores the factors like Furina enabling 4-piece MH and weirdness like that and yada yada. But, anyways. Is Free Shivers real? Who knows? We'll find out soon, TM. Maybe. I don't know. Supposedly there are 5.6 characters. So I would say hold your horses for like 3 weeks. We'll find out. Or 2.5 weeks. Anyways. Nilu Bloom without Kokomi exists? Yeah. Barbara. Unironically, like, Barbara. I don't think Barbara is that much worse than Kokomi for Nilu Bloom. For Nilu Bloom, I think your priorities is Nahida and Key of Kasha's suit are the most significant upgrades you will see as far as 5 stars go. Is Kokomi a nice to have over Barbara? Probably, yeah. But yeah, I don't think Barbara is necessary. Or sorry, Kokomi is necessary. Barbara is better for Kokomi, better than Kokomi for Hydro App and Bloom Comp. There you go. We heard it from the source himself, the god of all Nilu comps, Tars Blamu. That was a joke, by the way. I mostly just wanted to poke fun at Tars. I don't think he's the god of Nilu team comps. Yeah, you don't even play Nilu. Do you have a level 1 Nilu? Is that one of your level 1 characters? Anyways, why is it raining? Alright, the bloomer in chief. Alright, let's... Should we watch the video? What is on my docket? Oh, we need to... I haven't done any... Okay, you know what? We'll watch the TGS video. On my docket was I wanted to do a couple things, which is like normal convention things. Crazy. We're gonna play the game rather than just yap about the game. I mean, I was just playing the game to be clear, in Abyss and whatever. But, anywho's, she is one of your nice. All right. Did I condense? What do I have? I think I have some condensed. Yeah, I do have a list left from yesterday. I'm mostly spending the last part of this patch farming ley lines and heroes wits. Well, that's part of ley lines. But what I want to do, I'm not going to do this today, but I want to finish this. I want to have the ability to double crown Lanyan. So she might be the first unit I triple crown in a long time, but that's going to have to wait a while. The double crowning will happen sooner rather than later, but the triple crowning of Lanyan, I don't know. I really enjoy Lanyan, and I think it will be funny to continue doing that. If someone's like, use Shao, I'll be like, all right, I'll use Lanyan instead. Anytime someone says to do an Animo DPS, I'll just use Lanyan instead. So, anyways, I'm gonna double crown her. The normal attack talent is not really relevant to crown. It's a waste of resources. But if I have the spare resources in the future, I'll do it. So, anyways, Blap. Crown Sethos today? Nice. I like Sethos, but and I don't know. I called myself a Sethos main in the last Sethos video I made, and like, yeah, I try to use him pretty regularly. That's all. That my definition of a main for this characters in this game is: do I use them regularly to some extent? Do I like using them regularly? I would not call myself a Mulan main. I don't use her enough. I don't dislike her. I think she's probably my favorite Natlan on-field DPS. Which I know is very personal preference. I understand if you don't like her. But, point being, I think a lot of people would maybe have problems with me saying I'm a Lanyan main, I'm a Sethos main, I'm a Yai main, I'm a Clarin main, I'm a Lali main, I'm a Emily main, or whatever, but I think arguably I am all of those, because I just use those characters a lot. So, anyways. I don't know if I'm ever going to crown him, though. Reason being is his passive, quite significantly, is like a large effect on what his actual damage is, and I don't think his talent multipliers are that important, particularly because when his passive isn't up, then the relative value of just triggering aggravates at all goes higher. And like, I don't know, his raw scalings aren't that important is my point. For most of his teams, they're not nothing. Like, I'm not against the idea of spending more resources on him. I'll probably level 9 his burst since I just have the resources already. Apparently, I don't know if I'm saving these for someone else, but anyways, time for you to learn normal attack and charge attack cancels and Sethos. Yeah, well there you go. I mean that's exactly the real argument for I'm not a Sethos main. It's because I haven't learned that, but I think that's a bit of a oversimplification too. But anyways, I might have to have that yap because I'm gonna my intention is to title my Chlorine video of like, oops, I might, because I kind of missed the window. If I was making the Chlorine video during her banner, I would have probably been like, I was originally gonna make the video of I wish I had gotten Chlorine originally. The video content's gonna be fundamentally the same, but the framing is gonna be different, where I think I'm gonna frame it as, oops, I think I'm a Chlorine main now. This character is just a lot of fun to use in different teams at this point for me. So, and that's kind of all it is. I don't want to be communicating, but I don't know when I'm gonna make the video quite yet because I am not, since their banner's not up, I'm not really time crunched to do it. I can just make it whenever. So anyways, what are we doing? Oh yeah, Lanyon materials. Get enough to also remind me I want to do a quick artifact run. I've been trying to remind myself to do that to build up some artifact XP. My intention was to farm enough artifact XP to do the sanctifying elixir. Actually, for the first time, I've never chosen to do this before, but then I keep on then I keep on leveling artifacts. And as you can see, I leveled some goblets yesterday. And this cryo goblet is not bad, but I don't think it's relevant enough for me to keep. I leveled like 5 different cryo goblets, and none of them roll good enough for me to keep. Like, maybe this one is worth keeping because ER are good, right? But like, yeah. Anyways, crowns are for fun. Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, I haven't triple crowned a character in a long while, and Lanyon is the first real temptation I've had. I don't know. I just really enjoy the Lanyon quick swap DPSing, but we're just going to prioritize double crowning because that's the abilities that actually matter. So I need to get to 32 of the gold ones. And then I can focus on ley lines. How's the Furina grind going? I was gonna switch over to doing a little bit of that, where hopefully we can do a 10 pull. If I do a little bit of theater, which hopefully shouldn't take long. It's a lot of hopefullys. But, I didn't, oops, well, okay. I guess we're using this team. And you have Kyokasha's suit still. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, it's fine. He obviously functions. Anyways. Blamp. So, anyways, we should be... Oh, nice. Thank you, game. We should be doing a 10 pull, hopefully, for Furina on the account that was formerly weapons only. Which may as well just be garbage only at this point. I unlock the rest of the area for the little guy. What does that mean? What is the little guy? Triple crown Lanyon or Brit account. On it? True. But also I'm not insane like you. Sylveon, you're trying to be like, oh, triple crown Lanyon. Meanwhile you're playing her with a Wanderer build, which is just
Anytime, any place.
It's just you. That's what it is.
Yeah, let's
get
this over with.
Here, we yapping about Lanyon. May as well Lanyon. May as well farm Lanyon with Lanyon. Although I think the problem is Farazan's probably going to kill most of these enemies. But anyway, oh yeah, the reason I wanted elixirs is because I wanted 4 elixirs. I want to use 2 for an EM timepiece on Gladiator for Arlecchino. Because with the elixir change, I am basically guaranteed to get an EM timepiece that is better than this, right? Because it'll have 4 crit rolls total. This has 3 crit rolls. Or actually, I mean, okay, the value of the attack percent needs to be factored in. So, like, the worst case scenario is I get something that's equivalent, which would be a bummer. But, you know, I think that's worth the risk. But that's a secondary priority, honestly, because my Arlecchino is plenty strong enough anyways. Funnily enough, over getting an attack timepiece for Farazan. Because an attack timepiece on Farazan would make her stronger. And would complete my Fab Farazan build. So, yeah. Anyways. Did I not switch? I didn't switch out of whatever. Actually, honestly, I haven't messed with Kyokasha's suit on Furina in this team. That, bro, I swear I see Sackfrags miss a surprising amount on Lanyon. Like, not very often. It's very rare. But, like, the chance of missing a Sackfrags proc on Lanyon is so extraordinarily low. Like, what? Anyways. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so Kyokasha's suit for Lanyon is actually interesting, because her passive, giving Lanyon bonus EM can make her do meaningfully more damage. I didn't even consider that. Like, when I had considered optimizing, you know, Furina with Lanyon in the past, I had not actually considered the path of optimizing around Kiev Couch's suit. I must admit. I am going to switch her back to a career rate circlet, though. That's a goblet. I was like, why can't I find it? I wonder why. Alright, there we go. Okay, it's a little bit of a ratio is what I would describe that as, but, you know. See, this is what I mean. I can't even do anything with this team in this situation. Like, we don't even get to use Lanyan. It might be the easiest domain in the game, I must admit. Just get C6 Lanyan? Yes. I could get C6 Lanyan. I do want C6 Lanyan. I spent enough poll. I spent C6 Lanyan number of polls on the banner. I spent the average amount of polls. I spent enough polls on Lanyan's banner that I should have expected to get a C6 Lanyan. I spent 200 polls on the banner. I got 2 copies. C0 was from... 1 copy was from Lantern, right? So, you know... Anyways. C6, by the way, again, doesn't mean you don't use sack frags, but it would give you an additional skill when you... on demand, which is nice. C2 Arlecchino is worthless. C6 Lanyan. Yeah, I don't know. I would have had to end up with potentially multiple additional copies of Arlecchino and or Chlorind in order to get C6 Lanyan. Wow, these are some pretty lucky runs, and I think we have enough now. Let's go. Anyways. Guoba, main, Furina, Sijuin off-field, flat buff, Sucrose, VV, Goblin Swirls, EM Share, Golden Troop. I think that's actually in my video idea list somewhere, Victor, to do Guoba maximized video. I don't know when I'll ever do it, to be honest, because it would require leveling Xiangling's Guoba more in particular. Why do I have so many? Oh, that's the same as that was like, did I pre-farm for this? No, that is Lanyan's materials. So, anyways, doesn't Guoba snapshot? Does he? I actually don't know. Xiangling burst snapshots. I've never actually checked if Guoba snapshotted. Let's just make things simple. Alright, we need... Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to just double crown her right now. I shouldn't, because like I should save the resources. But like... Particularly, what is... Like, if I'm gonna do it eventually, like, doesn't matter if I do it right now, as long as I don't need the as long as I still have enough resources to do Iansan or Furina right away in the first week, which I think will be fine. And for the videos I'm planning the rest of this patch, I don't think I need any other resources. What is Furina's material? It's this, isn't it? Yeah. And I think I need exactly 4 of them. My intention is to take Furina to 868. I don't think Furina... I actually am not... I still haven't 100% committed to getting Furina. I was kind of committed before, but I've kind of flip-flopped, and now I'm almost kind of back to wanting to do the will I get C6 Cloud Retainer instead before C6 Iansan video. Guoba does snapshot? Interesting. Snapshotting is when a character's ability uses the stats they have when you cast the ability. So Guoba snapshotting does make things a little weird, but anyways. So I don't know. I don't even know if I need these resources. I pre-farmed some talent materials for freaking Furina and everything. It wasn't that many things I had to farm, but anyway, I don't even have. Oh wait, I don't even have. Wait, I did farm this week, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow, at least. Why? Because I might just get some of these anyways, and I don't have to spend Dream Selvins. I'm sorry. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow to do the Lanyan crowning. I think I'll crown her tomorrow. Anyways. Alright. You don't have to activate it. No, I would activate it. Like, so C2 Cloud Retainer is, thanks to whatever chatter from a little while ago, I realized, oh yeah, it is indeed extremely easy just to turn off C2 Cloud Retainer, because it doubles her buff value. Her buff is just a straight scaling on her attack. Just have her total attack, and that turns off C2. Woo! It's extremely easy. C3 is damage upgrade for her. C4 is team-wide healing. She's already a perfect team-wide healer for Furina. This does nothing. I don't understand the point of this constellation, quite frankly. It's kind of literally irrelevant, in my opinion. I really don't get the point of it, quite frankly. And then this is damage upgrade for her, and also technically healing upgrade again. That's really important. Actually, it's not even relevant for a damage upgrade, is it? Yeah, because no, never mind. It's not a. It's a healing upgrade. One of the best constellations in the game, truly. This is really like why? Like, this character basically may as well not have a C4 and C5. Like, they basically just made someone that, you know, has perfect healing with Furina, and then how about we make it even better for like, I don't know, what player has a problem with the way Furina heals with, or the way that Shanyun heals with Furina? I just like what makes you immortal? You're already basically immortal with Cloud Retainer. Like, you're plunging, you're inherently avoiding more damage because you're plunging, and then her healing works perfectly and just keeps you like permanently topped up, procs Furina A4 constantly. I just like, I don't get their point. The C5, I understand why that exists because it's their standard practice. It just, in the case of Shanyun's kit, it's useless. But C4 in particular is just why? Like, just why? What is the point of this? Anyways, so the only reason to consider going hard into Cloud Retainer banner is for the meme of the possibility, which is not zero. Like, it's a very non-zero chance. I just have to get slightly lucky with Cloud Retainer and slightly unlucky with Iansan to be able to get C6 Cloud Retainer before getting C6 Iansan. I'm not kidding. That is currently the circumstance on my main account. And that is like really funny to me and still makes me tempted to do that. How were this C2 Shunny versus C0 R1? I think it's a little bit weird because Fav is kind of pog. And then Shanyun C1 is also not necessarily that good, but also it still kind of is really nice for flexibility in combat situations, for even because you don't her cooldown is 12 seconds, right? So you don't get 2 skills per rotation. You get 2 skills per 24 seconds. So if you're doing 24-second rotations, then C1 is a reduction in her energy needs. But more importantly, if you're doing proper 20-second-ish rotations, it just gives you extra flexibility to get your energy back as need be. Like, it is useful in combat. But more importantly, it's an exploration constellation that is, I think, still extremely valuable. I like it because of the value of control it gives, but also exploration constellation value is, I think, a little bit lower relative to the fact that every new unit is coming out with exploration abilities now, right? Like, the conjunction of having C0 Shanyun and Kanich together is probably better than having just C1 Shanyun, right? So, but that also implies that you're playing those both in Overworld at the same time, whereas Cloud Retainer is a support healer unit that I think is much easier to slot in to like 90% of your Overworld teams. Like, I don't know. I still think C1 Cloud Retainers are kind of a goated exploration constellation. But it's not that valuable for combat. C2 versus her signature, though, specifically, like if you're like in my case where you already have C1, I think is a little bit weirder of a conversation. I think C2 is probably stronger than her signature weapon. But her signature weapon, how much is valuable to you, it might depend on your weapon option a little bit. If you don't have this weapon available, I think her signature weapon's value goes up a little bit, because this weapon is like kind of the idealized buffing weapon without her signature. The alternative is Fav, basically, which is not a perfect weapon for her by any means, but it gives her a bunch of the ER she needs. And fab particles are great for her and the team. And then you just build as much attack as possible while having enough crit to trigger this, and that's it, right? So yeah, and her signature weapon refunds energy right on top of the plunging damage bonus that it gives. Yada yada. Her signature weapon is quite strong. Being that Iansan is probably running on her banner, we don't know for sure. Right now, I would probably, if you're considering Shangyun Constellations for whatever plunge team, Diluc, whatever, I don't know, right? Because of Iansan's existence, assuming the Iansan is on Shangyun banner, which I find likely, but I could be off base on that take. I would probably wish for Cloud Retainer Constellations over Weapon Banner significantly. So, but we'll see what the banners look like. Anyways, claim my dailies. He's at C6. Shangyun is a DPS. Shangyun does not need C6 to be a DPS.
Thank you for
I found her extremely competent as a DPS without C6. Like, on-field DPS, Cloud Retainer, Bennett, Furina, and then you have a flex slot a little bit, but Farazan is kind of the ideal. Is quite good. Like, one of the funny things that happens is, like, you know, Furina, Bennett, Farazan, and Cloud Retainer can all work together for buffing Cloud Retainer's damage. Like, Cloud Retainer buffs her own plunge damage, right? But you can't use all those characters for buffing Xiao. You can use them individually for buffing Xiao, but it's only pick 3 because you need to have Xiao on field. So, like, I found DPS Cloud Retainer to be quite comparable to Xiao. I don't really feel like comparing it right now because I'd have to do equipping on Xiao and Cloud Retainer. But I'm fairly confident that it's still the case. DPS Cloud Retainer is probably similar to Xiao. But your teams are a little bit more limited. I think Xiao has a little bit better team options. So, anyways. And also Xiao is better AoE because Cloud Retainer's buff only applies in single target. Xiao has better baseline scaling compared to Cloud Retainer. So, you know, yeah, like I know there's nuance to it is my point. But Cloud Retainer is a pretty good DPS. If you want a DPS Cloud Retainer, you can very much do it without her constellations. Don't go for C6 just because you feel like you need it to DPS her. That's silly. You do it just because you love the character a lot and you want to do her Sky Ladder plunging specifically. So, anyways. Yeah. I think I'll probably most likely do... The Iansan wishing video will probably just be how many 5 stars will I get before C6 Iansan or something. I think. And the answers I'm probably going to get at least 3 or 4. I would be surprised if I get... If weapon, what con? Furina? Are you asking Furina? Because I said before, like, C4 Furina, but you can rewind the video if you want my yap about that. But also C4 Furina's... Or, sorry... Furina's weapon is garbage. So, yeah. If you're talking Cloud Retainer, then... If you're talking Cloud Retainer, then I don't know. Get her signature weapon if you really like it. I don't know. The Cloud Retainer... Varessa weapon banner... I don't know. Varessa's weapon should also be a good weapon for DPS Cloud Retainer. So that's an interesting context, I guess, but I don't know. Anyways, you have weapon already? Then what are you asking? Okay. Anyways, sorry. You know, I should not answer this. Sorry. I feel like the fact that I'm answering that is going to cause a lot of people to do that now. Oops. I'm going to have to disable co-op. Oh well. Anyways. What was I doing? Let me look at my list of reminders for what I wanted to do. Oh yeah. We need to do other accounts. I have other Genshin accounts. Also, I haven't finished spending my resin. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Here I am hoping Iansan is on Venti banner. I think you're a rarity there. I think there's a lot of people hoping she'll be on the Shalonen banner. I do not find it likely. Also, it might be a hot take. I think it's because less people have Cloud Retainer already. I think it's more valuable if they put her on Cloud Retainer banner. So,
Come on,
you know,
show me your courage.
probably a hot take. I think a lot of players might underestimate the value of having Cloud Retainer on their account, both for fun value and just as like healer exploration unit value. Like, if you don't have Cloud Retainer currently, and you're annoyed about the fact that, you know, you won't be able to get like Cloud Retainer, or you won't be able to get Iansan without wishing on Cloud Retainer kind of thing, or Veresa. I don't know, just embrace the fun of Cloud Retainer. I don't know. Anyways. Of course I know there's a lot of people that are waiting for Shalonen rerun because they want C0 Shalonen to be clear, but there's not going to be a perfect banner for everyone. Is ultimately all it is. It's not possible. MiHoYo cannot configure a banner tuned towards every single player. Such is life. Oh, that went all the way over there. Nice. She is such a comfort character to slot in when playing. Indeed.
Even the most intricate figures are made one strand at a time. All you need is a little patience, and you'll get there in the end. Compared to the technique itself, precision is the hard part. And persistence can be even harder. If you ask me, though, the most important element is happiness. If you don't enjoy the process, you'll never do a good job. That's true for more than just weaving. Happiness is key. That goes for both of us.
Long yap indeed. Thank you, Lanyan, for your weaving yap. Honestly, I was engaged. Thank you. I would listen to her yap about weaving all day. Alright, anyways. How long was that yap? Like, I only paid attention to that second half of it because when I noticed it was going on. No, it's a friendship level thing, right? Wait, where's the friendship level lines? Is it this?
Rattan weaving isn't hard,
Oh,
I
yeah.
swear.
It is.
Even the most intricate figures are made one strand at a time. All you need is a little patience, and you'll get there.
I really like Lanyan's voice. I really like her voice. I don't know, it's pleasing to listen to. Anyways, sorry. What was it doing? I think we're done here. Good. Wonderful. What is my more at? 9 million. That's gonna go below 8 million if I do the crowning tomorrow, but that's fine. Is it actually? I don't know. What is my? I need to. The problem is I don't know how many I need. I don't know how much more, and how many heroes wits I need to factor for, because I can't decide what I want to do for characters, because the resource situation is so borked on the in Genshin right now, with like ascension crystals limiting me, and that like just make it like I don't know how to decide what to level when ascension crystals are limiting me, and more and heroes wits, like if I can't even ascend characters fully. What does it even matter that I have a bunch of surplus of more heroes wits, right? But I should get a bunch more, because like I think I'm gonna level 90 Gaming, and I'm probably gonna crown. Well, okay, I don't know if I'm gonna crown him. I might leave him level 12, but I at least want to take his burst to 12. And oh yeah, I need to watch Tarz's Tarz made a C6 Gaming video, which I think was just titled C6 Gaming is overpowered, which is fair. By the standards of players like me and Tarz, Gaming is well beyond the bar of strong enough. Minus C6. Live yap reaction. I guess I could watch the Tars video. I don't know, Tars, are you here? Do you want me to watch? Okay, it's up to you, Tars, because I don't know if I want. I don't know. Like, part of the reason I don't like doing reaction content is I feel like people who watch my reaction to a piece of content are not going to necessarily watch the video themselves, usually. The other end of that spectrum is like, if I react to a piece of content from someone that like you hadn't heard of before, maybe you'll become a Tars viewer, right? Maybe you'll go start watching Tars Blammo. I don't care, up to you. All right. We can watch the Tars video. I'm done with watching the Tars video. Tars Blammo. There we go.
I've built a lot.
Oh, sorry, it started playing when I clicked on it. All right. Anyways, I don't want to like watch every Tars video on my channel, but you know what? We'll watch a Tars video. I'm down with watching his Gami video. But anyways, so I want to level Gaming to 90. He's already fully ascended, so that's just Hero's Wits and Mora cost. I need just a little bit of research. I need like 1.5 million Mora, and then the 170 Heroes Wits for him, factoring in talents, whatever. So, you see your whole character list. There you go. And then I don't know, Fremine. Like, as much as I hate to say it, the Ascension Crystals kind of prevent me from wanting to level him. I'm not gonna lie. Because, like, as far as characters I think I'll actually use into the future, Kaya is someone I'd like to save some Ascension Crystals for. Even if I don't use him that much right now. And Chungus, I think I'm more interested in for ascending further. Even if I don't think I need to do that much to give some value out of him right now, I am more interested in him because of quick swap DPS potential. If you ever want to try him, yours is Triple Crown. Yeah, I might lean towards that. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna remember that. I'm gonna jot down that. I appreciate that, Sylveon, as a reminder. Sylveon having a fully invested Fremine. I might do that instead in the future if I make a Fremine video. Saves me resources, and I wasn't gonna Triple Crown anyways, so I can just play on Sylveon's account, and I know Sylveon's account is invested enough for me to get like a experience that is appropriate for my standards of having fun and evaluating the character. I'll be honest, I don't know if I'm ever gonna do Razor. Because, like, the reaction shenanigans things you can do with him, I can do with other characters. So I think my priority right now is, like, Hazo, because Hazo's interesting quick swap utility. I want to see if I can muck around with Hazo and Lanyan together. But also just comparing them to each other. And then... I don't know. Razor's interesting. I'm gonna unstar him. Sorry, Jeff. I'm gonna unstar Razor. And like Chlorine or Kaching is unstarred because I got Chlorine now. I must admit, I just don't think I'm ever gonna actually play Kaching. Now that I have too many other options for doing things with electric units on field. I have Sethos I really enjoy on field. I have Chlorine I really enjoy on field. I have Raiden, Hybrid Raiden I enjoy on field. And I have Yai on field. Things like I just don't think I have a reality where I'm ever gonna seriously play Kaching. So. She can stay unstarred and probably never getting leveled. I don't hate her. I just don't have a reason to. Electro Traveler can do Thundering Fury. Yeah, there you go. Dory is a potential in the future still. You're a potential. You're a potential. You're maybe a hard maybe. And you're a pretty high potential still. You're a pretty high potential still. So I don't know. These are all like potentials. I'm not gonna star them. Stars are like the units I'd actually either use regularly or I want to invest more in. And yes, that includes Ningguang. So yeah, I think my priorities right now are, other than new characters, Hazo, I do want to get St. Joe up to a point where I can like actually. I want to have like a fully invested St. Joe in order to like just compare the value of having an invested St. Joe properly. As much as I dislike the boy, he should be level 90 and I should have the ability to have a fully invested St. Joe. So yeah, anyways, that's where I'm at. So I think you, and you are kind of my 4-star investment priority, not in any particular order, just units I want to work on for various reasons or another. Sooner rather than later, most likely. Alright, anyways, let's go on to poems only real quick.
My plan for the day?
Blamp.
Doing whatever.
Did you unlock the Tepetilosaurus rest area? I don't know where that is, so I'm gonna guess not. Also, I grabbed a Coca-Cola because I figured I might need caffeine. The reason I'm saying this is because I'm feeling slightly tired right now. I feel like I do want this caffeine in my body because, you know, that's how my brain works. I am, for some reason, wide awake and energetic in the middle of the night to make a Kave video on no caffeine, and then now I want caffeine. So, anyways, you're gonna hear a soda can. Also, soda is terrible for you. Coca-Cola. Go look at, like, Coca-Cola when you boil off the water. It's, like, literally toxic sludge in a can. But satisfying sound here, okay? Pepsi is better than Coca-Cola. I don't really care. Yes, I purposely had that close to the microphone. Not super close to the microphone, but I figured it was it's just a nice sound effect, right? It's just a nice sound effect. But yeah, anyways, yeah, it's all just sugar water. It's all terrible for you. It's really bad for you. When I live on my own again in the future, I probably will drink way less soda. I'll probably still have like caffeine available in some form, like caffeine flavored water packets or something. Because having on-demand caffeine is nice. Caffeine is a wonder drug. Also, I don't know, sometimes caffeine at the wrong time of the day makes me crash more sleepy. Like, it'll keep me awake temporarily, and then I'll like be real sleepy after a couple hours. Anyways, I like coffee. Not really. So anyway, what I was saying about pop, and this is funnily enough like the main reason my diet even maybe is as healthy as it is in general, is that I'm just a penny pincher, and like any time when I was living on my own, and I considered and I had any kind of a craving like at shopping, and I went to like near the soda or saw like whatever soda display on a stand, and it's like $800 for a 24-pack of Dr. Pepper or Coca-Cola, and I'm just like, no. Nope. And I think my feeling is probably going to be the same if I ever even did get into coffee. Like, I have more cost-efficient ways of achieving the same effect if I need the effect of the caffeine. And if I just want sugar, I have more cost-effective ways of getting sugar. So, like, what store are you going to? What? I wasn't saying it was actually $800. That was an exaggeration. I have not ever seen $800 Dr. Pepper yet. But my point is, it's not cheap. It's more expensive than my brain likes. That's all. It's not even just inflation. Like, not even the recent inflation. Yes, like sodas have gotten more expensive, and that just worsens it. It makes it even easier for me to just be like, nope, nope. Look at the water I have right here. Anyways, you know, America could be that bad. Yeah, that's the tariffs. The tariffs made Dr. Pepper cost $800. So anyways, soda's bad for you. And the reason it's easy for me to ignore is not because it's bad for me. It's because it's just not worth the money. The value it gives me can be gotten in other ways. The only reason I tend to drink it now is because I live with people who buy it, and it's there and present as an easy, accessible drink, right? So, anyways, Yeah, what are we doing? What a focus stream. We got that. That's not expiring yet. Good. I still don't know what to do with these in polearms only. Man, polearms only is gonna be weird. What do we have for wishes? We have okay. And we also have these. So I'm gonna have to make the decision. Like, assuming average luck, that's a big assumption, I know, because 4 stars are paying to acquire. They're RNG hell. Assuming average luck with the Primo Gems next patch in particular, I should definitely be able to get enough Primo Gems to get C6 Iansan on polearms only. But it would result in multiple copies of 5 stars that are useless on this account. And if they do something like, you know, rerun Emily or release a new polearm unit a couple months later and then rerun Iansan on it, boy, that will feel a bit silly. So, I don't know. I think my stopping point is still C2 for this account, is my point. I am fine, like, I am almost assuredly going to see at least one 5-star in trying to get C2 Iansan. So I don't know. If we get really lucky on this account, I'll go for more than C2 Iansan. But I have to get quite lucky with, I think, the initial C2. That's I think, my stopping point for this account still. It's already going to be painful enough. It's already going to be painful enough wishing for Iansan copies on my main account. I don't need to double dip and do C6 Iansan on 2 accounts. I can be chill. I think Iansan will be a very significant character for this account, regardless of C6. And C6 value on this account is a little bit weird, in that I don't know if the duration extension matters that much. I mean, it matters kind of maybe for Sino, but I don't think incredibly so. And whether or not I'm actually consistently getting the damage bonus from C6 would be contingent primarily on whether you have to get overflow, right? And I don't know, like, Arlecchino, sure, but I don't really care about a little bit of damage bonus from Arlecchino. Like Raiden with Iansan, Raiden's probably not moving enough to be able to consistently keep the overflow passive, at least not without doing weird crap, right? So maybe C6 Iansan is just not even relevant, other than the duration extension. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, am I crazy for wanting to build your Eula as strong as possible? I imagine most people default to wanting to build their characters as strong as possible. So yeah. Anywho's. C6 Iansan seems to be very situational. I think the situations are common enough that it's still going to be very good. Particularly because, like, the duration extension is quite significant. Like, the setups that you're going to want to do in a lot of Iansan teams are going to be ones where you're not using her, like, you use Iansan, for example. I'm just going to use, like, Raiden as the option, maybe, right? Maybe you're doing, like, a Raiden Chevreuse team. Raiden, Xiangling, Chevreuse, Iansan, right? And in that team context, right, you would probably start with Iansan, go into Chevreuse, get Chevreuse buff up. Actually, probably do Raiden E, do Chevreuse burst, get Chevreuse buff up, then do Iansan, then do Xiangling, then back to Raiden. This is actually a context where I don't even think the duration matters that much. But my point was, there's going to be a lot of rotations with Iansan, especially using Scroll on her, where you're going to want to use Iansan's burst earlier in the rotation compared to towards the end. So the 3-second duration extension will potentially be pretty noticeable in a lot of contexts. I just don't know if it's going to be that noticeable for polearms only specifically, other than with Sino. But Sino's a bit of an extreme example in general. So I don't know. Anyways, I don't think I need C6 Iansan on polearms only. I'm pretty sure she will be a very impactful character at C2, and to avoid the pain of wishing too much on a banner that does not have any polearm 5 stars, I think I will just put the stopping point at C2. And this should be more than enough. I would hope. I would hope. Why does this exist, man? This is so stupid. I hope not many people have wasted their Tars, have you done this? Tars? How many have you bought? Like, if there's anyone that would buy crowns in the shop, it's Tars. You have, I knew it. I knew you had done it. Tars is not a Giga Whale. Tars is not a Giga Whale, but what Tars is he's an insane person who, like, every freaking thing he does, he triple crowns them. Always. He always does it. Maybe he didn't triple crown Gaming, but I bet he triple crown Gaming, because it's just, like, his default state of being. So, like, he consumes so many crowns, and for what, notably, by the way, he's a Traveler main. He triple crowns every Traveler. So, like, 90% of his crowns go to Traveler. Didn't crown Gaming at all? Yeah, okay, that's not too surprising. But anyways, yeah, so even Tars, though, only bought one, but still. It's fine. I mean, look, 10 wishes for a crown if you want a crown, when you need a crown. If you're someone insane like Tars who crowns all the things, maybe. Anyway, speaking of Tars, we should go watch this video, but let's finish the farming here quick. And then we'll do the farming here quick, and then do I need to do dailies? I think I do need to do dailies. Because I don't have, yeah, okay. And then we are going to go on to formerly weapons only and try to do a 10 pull on Furina banner. And I've been going for 2 hours and 50 minutes on the stream. What in the world? I have been yapping crazy. I wouldn't spend 2 wishes for a crown. I mean, I don't think I would either. But I say that as someone who has a tendency to not crown. Because the non-crown resources are too expensive, right? So, anyways. And a weird problem that happens, like, I feel like if you wish a lot, right? If you spend a bunch of money to do wishing, it's probably you're probably acquiring more characters, and, like, I don't know. As someone who has wished a bit more recently to acquire more characters, actually, I don't know. I think most people maybe aren't necessarily doing that. I think a lot of people are just wishing for a lot more for dupes of one character. As far as, like, whaling on Genshin goes, you know, it's better to whale to acquire multiple characters than it is to whale to acquire dupes of one character, right? That same principle still applies. So, but my point is, I shouldn't say that. I think people do that a lot. I don't think that many people actually do that. But if you are someone that does that, if you are someone who, you know, even spends money, right, whatever amount of money to acquire extra characters, you just like leveling more characters, which is the context. Like, the reason I'm bringing this up, because, like, the context for where the crown makes sense to buy is the context where you are acquiring and leveling enough characters that you ran out of crowns, right? That's the context where the Star Glitter crown makes sense to buy. But the conjunction of, like, that context is so rare, because you're going to be limited by your other resources if you're someone who tends to do that more often than not. I don't know. You say that with C6 Arlecchino on screen. This is a Polar Molny account. It's a Polar Molny account. Like, it's a Polar Molny account. It's C7 Arlecchino even. Yeah. Why? Because it was actually resource efficient. It was resource efficient. I'm not saying, like past decisions could have been made better to avoid doing the C7 Arlecchino. But after I learned Iansan was a 4-star and that she was Bennett too, I was like, well, crap. I need to use this guarantee in Arlecchino's banner. It was the resource efficient thing to get a C7 Arlecchino for 5 wishes refund on this. Whatever. It's a Polar Molny account. I would have been able to get this without spending any money. I did spend a little bit of money to get C6, but I wouldn't have been able to get it without spending a bunch of money. Because it's a Polar Molny account. When I've been playing an account for almost 3 years, only wishing for one character type, you end up with extra Prima Gems. Especially when you get slightly lucky. I've gotten slightly lucky in enough minor ways. Like, any individual instance is not necessarily that incredible, but, like, the fact that this account in particular, I think, has gotten lucky with acquiring weapons. This was, you know, 50-50 win, 50-50, or 37.5, whatever win. This was early 37.5. This was a literal single 10 pull. One of these was a 50-50 win. The rest were, like, all standard banner or off rate ups. Like, the amount of Jade Spears I've gotten is really funny. And then these took like 120 pulls each, both before the weapon banner changed. So like, I've gotten abnormally lucky for like weapon banner in particular, and I've gotten plenty of other instances of lucky extra dupes on other characters. I don't think I would have, like, Emily, the fact that I have Emily C2 is sheer just really lucky. The fact that I was able to get Emily C2 even after doing C6 Arlecchino is kind of insane. So anyways, I've gotten a little bit lucky in those accounts is my point, but the decision making factor for what to pull for on a polearm only account is different. That's all. Did it, and also I've gone out of my way to still show that it still didn't make sense. I've gone out of my way to show that C6 Arlecchino is not necessary by clearing every single Abyss cycle since Arlecchino released without Arlecchino at all in this account. Every single one. Every single Abyss cycle I've been able to clear without Arlecchino at all. I didn't even have to get a C0 Arlecchino on this account, and I would have been fine. So, you know, yes, it wasn't worth it still. But I could do it because it's a polearm only account. Anyways. Tars only has six crowns left. That's insane. How many do I have on polearms only? I've definitely used more crowns on polearms only. Actually, have I? I don't know. I'm getting to the point. I should probably just triple crown everyone for the lulls on this account, honestly. Where are they? See, I don't even know where they are. I think they're here. 18. Do I have the ability to triple crown everyone? I've had the resources to triple crown Arlecchino forever, but I said I was only going to triple crown her once I got #1 spot, and that means she's never getting triple crowned. Like, the only abilities I have left are like again, I prepped the materials. I can do it whenever. And it's kind of relevant, I guess. Like, ooh, crowning Raiden E. Triple crown Mika first, true. Like, I don't know. All the abilities that I have that are relevant to crown that aren't crowned already are... I don't know, it just like doesn't matter. Like, it's just completely resource wasteful. You know what, I will triple crown... I will triple crown Chao. I will commit to that. I will triple crown Chao after Iansan release, I think. So, anyways. I don't think I have enough crowns to like justify triple crowning everyone though, on poems only. I think to get to that point I might have to buy the Stargutter crowns. Because I have 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. These are all like really wasteful ones, right? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. I literally need 11 more crowns to be able to triple crown every polearm unit. So, not going to do that. Not going to do that. Not triple crowning Arlecchino is sad. Look, I told her she gets the triple crown when she gets #1. And I made 2 goblets for her. And one rolled okay enough, but it wasn't #1 spot. Number 7 was not #1. Just saying. Anyways. It's not her fault, is it? I say it is. She was the one farming. Who do you think I've been using the whole time to farm Arlecchino's artifacts? Try Goblet next patch? The chance that I actually get a improved piece, even with the elixir change, to be clear, substantially higher. But the problem is, like, so many other people are going to get improvements to their Arlecchinos. Like, my Arlecchino ranking, as soon as the next patch drops, is probably going to drop down, like, 50 spots. She's currently, by the way, like, number 28, I think. And this is with the build that used to be number 7 on Arlecchino Overload leaderboards. Like, I've given up on Arlecchino #1. For a while, it was a real possibility because not enough people were spending that much resin in Whimsy, but now enough time has passed that enough people have spent more resin in Whimsy that like the top of the leaderboards on Arlecchino are substantially more competitive than they were in the past, and it's just like not possible. Like the number one Arlecchino on Akasha is stupid right now. Let me pull it up. But yeah, strong boxing next patch 2. Yeah, like the competition is already stupid for Arlecchino number 1, and it's going to become even worse with the elixir change and strongbox for Whimsy. So like it's basically just going to be impossible to get number 1 Arlecchino anymore. There was a chance in the past. It is no longer a real chance. Let's see. Also, the Arlecchino leaderboards still don't have Silali. So, but I'll look at Overload because the actual real team comp that I have. And also annoyingly, the Akasha leaderboards now are plagued with what I'm fairly certain are resin refresher accounts, which is sad. I think that is quite sad. Because I Tower V's for a long time, this was the number 1 Arlecchino. This was the number 1 Arlecchino. And Tower V, from my looking at their account, I was like 90% certain they were not a resin refresher. They just happened to have spent a lot of resin in Whimsy and gotten some pretty good artifacts, right? So, resin refresher accounts, like you know, you can spend like $10 a day doing this, right? Like there's people that do that. And I think there's especially people that do that in China, Asia server, because there's more like hardcore grind set mentality, I think, to gaming in that region on a cultural level. I didn't actually look at this one. This one maybe isn't a resin refresher either, actually. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I'm overestimating the amount of resin refreshers. Maybe that trend has ended. But, like, there was definitely a point... Okay. Here we go. This is a resin refresher account. There we go. This is what I mean. I had to find. It took the number 3. It took the number 3. This is a resin refresher account. I'm like 90% certain. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. Anywho's, like competing with the problem is like with trying to be like, oh. The reason I was like I tried that like going towards number 1 Arlecchino in the first point was because it's a polearm only account. I didn't have to spend the resources on anything else, right? I could justify wasting a lot more resources in the Whimsy domain than most accounts can or should do. So I had somewhat of a competitive advantage by being able to be resource inefficient. Spending months and months and months of resin at that domain. But ultimately, when it comes to actually like getting number 1 spot, right, you're competing with people that are potentially spending like twice the resin you are every day. And if someone's spending twice the resin you are, they're going to just get more artifacts. Having more chances to get more artifacts is going to make them far more likely to be high up in those leaderboards. Is fundamentally what it is. So it's just pointless to compete anymore with it, is my point. Like how in the freaking world do I get a better build than this one? Right. Like I have a 780% roll value on Zet Goblet. A 640 roll value attack percent IBs. A 760 feather. Like I have basically an equivalent flower. I have basically an equivalent feather as an off piece. I have a circlet that I think is better. Actually, oh god, maybe I could. Frick. I would need a better goblet and a better timepiece, though. Like, I have to get a 4-line timepiece that rolls, like, entirely into crit. And a goblet that rolls like theirs did. And I could beat this build. I'm pretty sure. Crap. That's a bad realization. That's a bad realization. How many elixirs do you have? I have 4. I can grab the goblet next patch. Or a timepiece. Timepiece might be smarter to do first. How can you get better than literally the #1 Arlecchino in the entire site? Well, so this is the #1 Arlecchino, right? Where's mine? Let's open up in a new tab. Is this mine? This is the wrong one. There we go. It's number 32 now. So this is the build that used to be number 7. So oh, my roll value on my feather is lower than I thought. Oh, interesting.
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised.
I thought my feather was higher roll value for some reason. Also, I thought my flower was higher roll value. Why is it? Wait, Akasha is factoring in EM for overload? Or is the roll value display just wrong for this leaderboard? I'm not sure. I don't think. Where's the actual leaderboard? 5 and 3 upon a life value. 4-piece whimsy stacks. Yeah. Okay. I don't think it factors in EM to this leaderboard. So let's not get too focused on the roll value, specifically comparison. I think Akasha is displaying roll value as a positive. So like, yes, this is, I think, is a better artifact as far as artifact quality goes, but I don't think the EM value is relevant for the leaderboard from the context of this. And again, this is crap that doesn't matter, man. But you know, as far as the crit value goes, I have technically a very slightly higher crit value piece. They have one more flat attack than mine, technically, and they have the EM value. The EM roll is what puts the roll value over. But again, as long as Akasha's not using the EM value in calculating the overload team damage, that shouldn't be relevant. So I basically have an equivalent flower. My feather is worse than I thought it was. So this is... yeah, it's 4 crit rate rolls with 2 crit damage rolls. Wait, my feather value is like the same. The difference is they have an attack percent roll, an extra attack percent roll. Okay. This is the kind of crap. See, it's the extra attack percent that makes this better, right? It's basically the same crit value, but they have an extra attack percent roll. That's all. But I don't know if that really will matter relative to my goblet and whatever. And my circlet is, yeah, they have a crit damage circlet. I have a crit rate circlet. It's basically impossible for me to get a better piece than this. Like, yes, theoretically I could get a 40 crit damage piece, or I could get the variant of this that has an attack percent roll instead. But still, so they have a slightly higher roll value circlet, a slightly higher roll value feather. The problem is, as far as #1 spot goes, if they have a slightly higher roll value circlet and feather for a leaderboard, but with the little bit of extra attack, it's not that much extra attack, but it is a tiny bit of extra attack, right? Like it's at least equivalent to 1 attack percent roll extra they have. That means to make up for it, I would need... Is it possible even? I don't even know if it is. Like I'm trying to like weigh the odds here. What is the actual odds this is a real dream that happens? I still would love to. I would love just to have the #1 Arlecchino for like a microsecond, so I can be like, "Yep, Polearm's only Arlecchino is the #1 Arlecchino." That'd be such a flex. And then I don't care after that point. So, anyways, what is the crit value of this exactly? It's 17.5 times 2. That's 35. It's plus. It's like, oh boy, it's 48.2 plus 4.7 attack percent. Like, and then this timepiece has a little bit low roll values. It rolled entirely like really well. It's a cracked as heck timepiece, right? But you know, so compared to mine though, right? If this literal same timepiece I had rolled once into crit damage, for example, my timepiece would have been better than this, right? Because it has flat for the purpose of the leaderboard, especially like the flat rolls might actually matter. I'm not kidding. Like, I think what I need is a 4-line attack percent piece that rolls 42 crit value at minimum and has flat attack, and then either gets an additional crit roll on top of that with a 4-line piece, or so it goes like 45 to 45 to like 49 crit value range, and has the flat attack. And then if I craft a goblet that rolls 45 crit value, so that's like one more crit roll more than I have functionally, and then also has attack percent, and either gets, you know, an extra attack percent roll or extra crit roll or whatever, that is the circumstance where I beat it. But like the chance that that happens, right? The chance that that happens is so low. Like, crafting a goblet that can actually let me compete with that is, I think, in the neighborhood of probably this is rough napkin math, trying to estimate like roll values of crit and the chance of attack percent. I think it's like a 1 in probably 50. It's probably like a 1 in 50. And that's the goblet alone, and I need to do a goblet and a timepiece.
Thank you for.
Why don't you try the Staff of Homeless category? What is my Arlecchino in the Homa category? That's true. I've never actually looked. 56 right now?
Staring into my eyes is ill-advised. I can't promise you'll like what you see.
I think it's the same story. I think I need a better timepiece and circlet. It's just the distribution of the overall artifacts is a little bit different. Right. So, anyways, it's not actually worth going for, to say the least. But I don't really have anything else I need to spend my resin on still, so I'm still just spending my resin in that domain. I did dailies, right? Yes. All right. Cool. I didn't do the artifact run on my main account. Frick. Okay, whatever. It's fine. I'll probably just forget today. Farming for a better ranking in the first 1% is such a waste of resources. Oh, I'm well aware. Yeah, I'm well aware. That's why I gave up, because like it just didn't seem realistic anymore. Like being able to beat the other. By the way, because the one that used to be when I was originally like actually focused on this, right? The one that was in first place was Tower V, which is now the number 4, right? And this one had many more spots where I was like, okay, I could see myself being able to beat this build, right? There was many more. There was more rooms for stat value being a little bit better on a couple ways, right? Like it was there was a higher chance of that. I could see the possibility of getting the best artifacts. So I don't know. I feel like the only way I will seriously consider using these for more Arlecchino pieces for the stupidity that is trying to get number 1 Arlecchino, is if in domain farming or strongbox farming, I get said, like, since I need both a significantly improved timepiece or a significantly improved goblet, onset goblet, or a feather actually. I should mention that I have an off-piece feather right now. If I do get an onset feather, that changes. I don't know, whatever. I don't need to show it. That does change things a little bit, but an onset feather that's like extremely good. So point being, if in continuing to farm this, I get one of the two main components, which is a really, really cracked timepiece or a really cracked goblet, onset goblet, I will consider it. But I don't think I'm just going to craft a goblet immediately next patch. I don't think I need to save. I don't really think I need to save them that badly, but I also don't think it makes sense to use them right away. And the chance that I get an improved artifact from this domain is just bonkers low at this point. So it's not really worth farming this domain for any particular reason, but I don't really have a need to farm anything else, so I don't know. Just need to spend a year in Whimsy and then to not get an upgrade in the whole time. I mean, I think there's probably been 4 months of resin spent in this domain at this point with no upgrade. Not kidding. I think that might be a little bit optimistic. I think I probably spent more than 4 months of resin with no upgrade. It's probably closer to 6 months at this point. But the reason that's hard to answer is because whether or not I get an upgrade, it is like a build is the conjunction of all artifacts, and like I've gotten other compelling artifacts that, depending on like what leaderboard and targeting, what the combination of the other artifacts is, changes what the ideal other artifacts to use, right? So like you could argue by getting more options, I am improving my ability to build a character. But yeah, you're farming Shenhe pieces, yeah, kind of. 0.1% chance for upgrade? I think it's lower than that. I think any individual artifact run I do is probably more in like... Yeah, it's probably in more like the 1 in 1,000 range. The last artifact I got that actually had a chance of being better for Arlecchino, funnily enough, was a circlet. I don't have it anymore, but it was really sad because it was a circlet with crit damage, attack percent, flat attack, which is ideal, and EM. And it rolled 4 times, and it was a 4-line. And it rolled into crit damage first, and then 4 times into flat attack. I was just like, well, that's sad. One of the rarest possible artifacts to get was like basically a duplicate version of this, but that just rolled terribly. And today, we're gonna get an upgrade to right. Is Iansan polearm? Yup. There's a chance. A extremely low one. It basically has to roll max roll crit rate and then entirely roll into crit, high rolls too. And that could technically be an upgrade, but not having flat attack and not being 4-line kind of kills any timepiece. Like, they can be upgrades, but they're not number 1 upgrades if they're not 4-line, right? Home piece? Yeah, maybe. I can already do like a nonsense home. I have so many artifact options. I can do a nonsense home build. So by switching to a crit damage circlet and a couple other different things. Like if I want to do min-maxy melt things, what do? I think I do keep the same goblet. Probably switch to this. I think switch to this. I think we can keep that. And then I switch to this. And then Homa. Or if we're min-maxing screenshot damage. Yeah. Yeah. Cryo resonance, whatever crit rate food, yeah. 230 EM, and I still have 2k attack. But that's not a real thing on this account. That's just like a screenshot impact thing. Alright. Why is energy recharge sorting? Where was that? There was a crit damage attack percent. This is almost assuredly irrelevant. Mm-hmm. Is there a feather that we got? I don't remember. Okay. Yes. This could be an Emily upgrade, technically. It is not. Well. Wow. Glad I kept that. Honestly, I'm surprised I only have that many double crit death pieces. Alright. Rip. Rip. Alright. Yeah, I know, like maybe it all rolls crit print. Actually. As far as aiming for number ones, if it was a 4-line, I would engage 4-line principle leveling that thing. But you know what? For funsies, we'll see if it rolls. It's got a max roll. If we get like a all max roll crit, no. If we get like all max roll crit, maybe it could have actually been good for weird min maxing optimizing. Where's that circlet? Yeah, that. What is my current crit rate circlet situation? I have that, which doesn't have attack percent. I have that, which does have attack percent, but only has 1 crit damage roll and 1 attack percent roll, and an ER roll. Okay, I have that. That's probably the closest comparison for this piece. 3 crit rolls, 1 attack roll. Or sorry, 2 attack rolls. Okay. So this has to be quite good for it to be relevant. Blap. I guess I don't need to feed that in. Well, immediately dead, I think. Nice. See, this is why you don't spend this much resin in this domain. Okay, well, now we're just going to do it for the funny. This is why you don't spend this much resin in a domain, because you get good pieces. Well, not that this is good. It could be okay. You get good or usable pieces, but then you're just like, nah, it's trash. This is why you don't spend this much resin. Beautiful. Alright. What are you throwing? It's going to roll everything once? Is that the mistake I made? Yeah. 4 lines, you know what subsets you're dealing with, too? Yeah. 4-liners are the difference maker, for sure. So, and the chance of getting 4 lines in farming the domain is only like 10% or something stupid. So, you know. Yep. Anyways, yeah, getting an extra roll is pretty important as far as min-maxing builds go. Do you need to min-max like this? No, you do not. You definitely do not. But don't undervalue the value of a 4-line artifact, especially a 4-line artifact that doesn't. Let's find something on my account that is like a single crit roll with 4-line. There you go. But that's kind of, it doesn't have any other relevant stats really other than HP, I guess. Here you go. Yeah, like this kind of artifact. Do not undervalue this kind of artifact. I don't need that, but you know, the stat value on this, right? And think about this piece for a second, right? For a character, let's say, what character would want this? Trying to think as an onset piece, because as an offset piece, I don't think it has enough crit that most people would use this as an offset piece, unless you really have a pretty specific conjunction of wanting crit ER and EM. I guess this could be a Chlorine piece that could be interesting, right? So like Chlorine, this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 relevant roles, right? And it's not leveled fully yet. Okay, the ER is the most questionably relevant role on Chlorine, to be clear. This is a weird artifact, but like, the stat value on this artifact is extremely high for the right character. On this account, I don't think I need that, but I think the point stands. Can we find a 4-line artifact with the single crit roll that rolls well? Is my question. They're basically like circlets. Like, that's how you should treat them, right? 4-line pieces with like single-line crits. Pretend they're circlets, right? As far as their potential to roll really well. Okay. Try this one. All right, 3 relevant lines here. HP not particularly relevant in this count. Is this a Shen Huppy? Should I keep this? Actually. No, I don't think I do. I have this. I forgot I had that. I could have one more crit roll, to be clear. No, I don't think it's relevant, sadly. If it had one, if it had a crit rate roll or another attack percent roll, I would keep it. But yeah, no ER makes it a bit rough. Let's find another one. There we go. This is low roll values, but you know, 4-line. 4-line principle, engage. Well, the game's really trying to prove me wrong. Look, Mahoyo, I'm trying to give your artifact system some credit and trying to teach people a lesson that 4-line principle can result in good artifacts. They're really not going well with me right now. Mahoyo, you're really not doing yourself credit here. Slightly more, but the defense roll really spoiled it. But, for what it's worth... Yeah, I got plenty of spare resources. For what it's worth, right, we'll take this 20. I want to talk about one aspect. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Right? Think about this artifact from this perspective of if it was a 3-line artifact, right? What being a 4-line did was mitigate one of these rolls, right? Like, this basically just turned into a 3-line artifact, and that's sad. But by the fact that it was a 4-line means it's substantially higher, and, you know, rolls into something like the equivalent version of this. It's a 3-line. You might be pretty happy about, right? So it still has pretty high stat value for a character that wants the crit rate and attack, right? Clam piece? What was the clam piece? Was there a clam piece? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. That's not even level... Not 4-line. No, we're trying to engage in 4-line principle. The game really doesn't want to prove me right here. It's not that hard usually to get like a 4-line piece that rolls like 28% or like 4 lines into crit on occasion. Like that's 3 rolls. That's 3 out of 5 rolls needs to roll in crit. The game is being a little rude. No. I mean, sure. I should just level that up for an off piece. We engage 4-line principle. Well. Thanos thing is not how I wanted that to roll. This is not a good artifact day, apparently. What is with... How many ER rolls have I gotten? Is my brother's curse? Wait, I mean, for the funnies. ER? Oh, okay. You low roll values, by the way. Double min roll. Ew. Ew. I hate low roll values. Low roll values kills 4-line artifacts, by the way. Like, that, like, 4-line artifacts can turn into 3 lines with low roll values like that. Which is lame. I hate the variable roll values in Genshin. It's the worst part of their artifact design, in my opinion. Come on. We need a physical Zhongli piece here. They really don't like me today. They don't want, like, I know they could still roll like 20 crit damage, but like, yeah, I'm talking about, oh yeah, let's do reverse psychology with Mahoya. ER is so important. ER is the best stat in the game. It's what we always want. We only want ER rolls. So, you know, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for 4-line principle, and we want only energy recharge rolls and nothing else. Literally nothing else. We want 35% ER. Okay. Actually, do I need that? No. Well, I should maybe keep that for Iansan. Maybe I need the 2 extra ER rolls. Maybe. Like, sacrifice the attack for ER. I guess, do I keep that? I guess I keep this. Just in case. Just in case I need the ER? Yeah, I guess so. Come on, we need to find one. I want one to roll like 30 CV. That's all I want. That's all I want for you. I'm trying to do you a favor. Trying to do you a favor. I give up. All right, never mind. This game is crap. I tried to be positive. I tried to be positive. Okay? Wait, do I have any goblets? Maybe that's the goal. Come on, I need 4 lines. I need 4-liners. Attack percent goblet on emblem. 4-line. Alright. I'm down. Mahoyo. Can you blame me for being a negative Nelly? Wasn't there a Hydro Goblet somewhere? I thought there was a Hydro Goblet that was a 4-line. Yeah, there it is. Not that this is that relevant, but, you know. It is if it has 40 defense. Electro bonus, huh? Oh wait, now we're in the non-4-line pieces. Okay, wait, what? Why did it show 4? Whatever. HP Goblet. HP! We like HP Goblets. Furina piece on a Polar Molnay account. I mean, at this point, we're just cleaning out my inventory. Oh my. Oh my. This is impressive at this point. How many, like, I'm trying to engage in 4-line principle, you know, to give Mihoyo's system some credit, and to illustrate how 4-line artifacts are good. But it's really not working. It's really not working. No, I commit. Do it. Do it. Ah, you coward game. This is worse than normal. I mean, yeah. Another Hydra Goblet. All right. I'm never gonna need this thing. This is just really funny at this point. Honestly, I just... How... How have I had this few crit rolls? Like... I just... Oh boy. Geo bonus. 4-line. Double crit. Surely. 4-line principle. Why no Bennett? Is Bennett a polearm? We're getting a polearm Bennett soon, to be clear. But, you know. Well. Another one. Alright, engage 4-line principle. For the final time. I'm gonna close my eyes this time. That's what I needed this whole time. Closing my eyes. I'll count to... I don't need to count. I can hear that. Whatever. Yeah. Alright. Well... Look, sometimes you need bad artifact days as an excuse to delete everything you have. I know, okay. Fine, last one, Mihoyo. You just... I'm trying to give your system some credit to show that sometimes you just keep these 4-line artifacts and you level them up because they can roll a ton into crit. I don't need this, I don't think. But maybe the closest we've gotten. Maybe the closest we've gotten. Actually, do I need that? What's my HP goblet situation? With crit rate ER. Like these are the ideal fav stats to some extent. So, you know, honestly, it's like an upgrade. You know what? It could be an upgrade for Yao Yao. It could be an upgrade for Yao Yao. I'll take it up to 20. Candace piece too, that's true. Low roll value at the end there. That's a good piece. 4-line principle. There we go. Good lord. I'm gonna go watch the TARS video now. We got a little bit distracted. I spent a lot more doing that too. Only took 800 artifacts to show the 4-line principle in action. Oops. Oops. I don't know, but still, it shows why you keep them. Because they can roll good. Don't throw away your non-double crit pieces. That was really the point. Anyways, Arlecchino's not gonna yap. She's not a yapper. We can just leave her chilling. We need to open the right tab, though. We can close Akasha. We can close Akasha. Nope. There we go. Okay, let's watch the TARS video quick. It's only an 11-minute video. I'm going to try not to pause it very much.
A lot of underrated characters on this channel, and Gaming is no exception. Whatever the reason may be, Gaming has had a really low usage rate in the Abyss.
Yeah, which is weird.
To be fair, this is largely due to him being a more recent 4-star, meaning most players won't have significant constellations to use it properly.
I don't know if
In
he's that
keeping with my
recent at this
fixation
point.
on
Well, I
using
mean, he's a
characters
year old,
others
but-
rarely use, I've decided to build him after getting a C6 recently.
Yeah.
What I didn't realize is that this would be one of the most powerful characters I've ever built. So let's get into it.
Yeah.
Being a more recent 4-star, it might not be surprising to hear that Gaming has one of the most powerful C6s in the game. Looking at what it provides, you get 80 crit value for simply just existing. This is more powerful than some 5-star C6s, let alone 4 stars. If I were to try and present an argument for power creep existing in Genshin in terms of character kits, this is probably one of the examples I'd go with.
Really, Tars?
Now, just because his constellations are powerful doesn't mean there aren't ways to optimize
I
the
mean-
overall gameplay. The key aspect of Gaming's kit that allows for this is Manchai.
Yeah, he's just explaining the kit, which... Is he power creep, though? Is Gaming power creep? Yeah, you know what? I want to do a poll. I'm going to do a poll. Let's let you guys decide. Is Gaming power creep? Like, I think the most obvious comparison you can make is Gaming power creep compared to, like, Diluc? But I'm just going to say, is Gaming power creep? I'll say it's Gaming C6. Power creep. Because I kind of feel like it's just not cringe 4-star DPS design. like with how hard it is to get C6 4-star characters. I think arguably Gaming, like 4-star DPSs should be able to get to this level. So like I feel like, yeah, it's power creep, but like power creep that might so I should have had this yap before, but I'm influencing the poll, I'm sorry. But like I don't know. Like, yes, I agree that's power creep, but I don't think it's like power creep that's problematic. I think for the typical player, this is power creep that just makes him actually feel like he's worth considering as a real character that exists. Right? Like, it's power creep just to rebalance the viable units in the game. So I don't know. Like, it's always been annoying how underpowered many 4-star DPSs are. Like, they make units that are intended to be a 4-star DPS unit, and they're just not particularly good, including units that have come out after him, right? And he has scaled particularly well because of being Pyro, but I don't know. Anyways. So, I agree, but in a weird way, is my point. Looks like 60% yes.
In order for Gaming to reset his skill and do a plunging attack during his enhanced state, he needs to collect Manchai. And the faster you can collect them, the more plunges you can do. There are 2 methods that I familiarize myself with for this particular video, being N1 dash and catching it in midair.
Yeah.
The easier one to do is N1 dash. The idea is that after every plunge, you auto-attack the enemy once, which gives time for Manchai to touch the ground. Once this happens, you dash to the location Manchai dropped to in order to pick him up faster and then plunge again. The slightly harder method is via, well, plunge stalling. You use his burst before his skill, wait a bit, and then activate his skill. The idea is you want to catch Manchai in midair so that you plunge faster and get more per burst. This method can be easily messed up if you don't catch Manchai, since only one can exist on the field at any point, meaning that if it already exists on the field and then you use Gaming's skill to plunge, another one won't spawn. Probably catching is a bit difficult in midair, and while I try to do it in this video, I do fail to do this on a large amount of occasions, and so that's why I practice the N1 dash method, because
I also think
that's
he's probably going to
you
mention it,
back up,
but I also think catching
Now,
in
you
midair
may be
isn't as
asking,
valuable.
What's
Oh,
the maximum amount of plunges you can do with Gaming? I'm not sure, largely because I couldn't find anything definitive when I tried searching online briefly. To be fair, this is probably because I didn't spend a whole lot of time looking this up. So there's probably a video out there that discusses how many you can actually do, and I just didn't find it.
yeah.
KQM has 7 plunges in their Gaming rotation, but I'm pretty sure more than 7 is possible per rotation.
I'm fairly certain it is as
If
well,
anyone
but
knows,
I
please let
haven't
me
checked.
know in the comments down below. With all these things in
I believe Tars actually messaged me, and I told him I thought it was 8, but I wasn't sure where I got that information, other than like from his original release. It was like theoretically you can get 8, but in practice you usually don't get 8. And if I recall, I think like on his original release, I remember seeing people do like hyper optimization of Gaming, like maximize amounts of Monchai catches plunges, and I think there was someone that got 9, but I like that's completely vibes of like a year ago memory. I could be completely wrong. So if anyone in chat remembers, I don't know. And it's not really a thing that's that relevant to do in the context of melt, which he's probably going to discuss. So anyway, because the getting extra skills, and if you can't actually like do a melt is not that relevant necessarily, right? So anyways, here I can end the poll. But yeah, it looks like it's relatively split, but yeah, the slight majority agrees that Gaming is power creep. But yeah, I feel it's just good power creep in the level of like, yeah, the too many 4-star DPSs are just not that strong.
Mind, I decided to build Gaming a melt team without using the most premium possible supports.
Yep.
After all, he's already good enough on his own to probably clear, so why do I need to build the most premium supports for this? For the character slots, I decided to pick Rosaria, Diona, and Yanfei. Rosaria would be able to provide a decent amount of crit rate via her A4 passive and cryo application necessary for Gaming to melt with. Diona would be able to keep Gaming's HP topped up, which gives him damage benefits from both constellations and passives, while also providing 200 EM from her C6 and extra flat damage using Songs of Days Past. Having 2 cryo characters in the party also enable cryo resonance, giving another 15% crit rate.
Wow.
As for Yanfei, she enables pyro resonance and gives more attack via Thrilling Tales. I would have also said she gave 120 EM from instructors as well, but my dumbass forgot to put instructors on her and she was on exile during the Abyss runs, which I didn't realize until after I had already finished the runs.
Nice. Good job. Good job, Post.
Speaking of artifacts, let me quickly go over the builds I used. For Gaming, I decided on 4-piece Crimson Witch. This is because I was already getting around 55% crit rate from a combination of Cryo Resonance, Rosaria A4 passive, and Gaming C6. I really didn't need more crit rate from my artifacts, and my Marechaussee Hunter set isn't really hyper-spec'd into crit damage.
For reference, by the way, my Gaming build right now, the sound is off. My Gaming build right now, oh, I'm on polearms only. Never mind, I'll show it later. I'll hopefully remember.
Leaving Crimson Witch as my only other option. 4-piece Gilded Dreams could have also been a good option for Gaming, but I decided against using it because I was getting a lot of EM from...
I was gonna, in case I forget, I was gonna mention that my crit rate on my Gaming build on Crimson Witch is like 35 crit rate. And I found that usable with double cryo, to be clear.
From my supports already and the weapon I was going to be using on Gaming, which was Mailed Flower. As for Rosaria, I had her on 4-piece Emblem for some more personal damage. I was using the Noblesse pieces on the other team for Abyss, which is why she doesn't have that set instead. I also put her on Favlance to curb energy issues. As for Diona, I put her on Sons of Days Past, like I mentioned earlier. This provides some extra damage to Gaming and makes use of her healing quality more. As for her weapon, I used Favbow. If I had Elegy, I would have used it here, but alas, I don't own that weapon. Finally, Yanfei was using 4-piece Exile because I completely forgot to swap to instructors like I mentioned earlier, and she was using Throwing Tails to buff Gaming more. Okay, my excuse for messing this up is I've been having to juggle artifact builds a lot recently. It's been rough. Oh no.
It's gotten so much worse. Like, the scroll artifacts, man, like have like Natlan units are great, or Natlan supports, but like the scroll artifacts just in general have made it so like we swap around scroll, instructors, noblesse, Song of Days Past, like 500 different artifact sets on different characters that are relevant in different contexts slightly for min-maxing things. Like, it's gotten so much worse. Like, and most of the time I'm just lazy, and I just like, I can leave 2 units on scroll in this team. But like Shalonen, I have Shalonen on a Petra, or I have Shalonen on an instructor's build. Shalonen Petra, Shalonen scroll, like,
This is a decent team. With all that said, it was Abyss time. I wasn't all that confident I'd be able to produce clean Gaming gameplay, largely because I didn't have as much time to practice, as you may see in the future video. Regardless, I hope you enjoyed the run.
I'm gonna guess 300k mounts. I was overestimating. I don't remember what his talents were, but actually that was a really stupid estimate on my part because I get 300k in my Zitlali Bennett team with Gaming. Why was I guessing 300k? That's just stupid. Anyways, yeah. I went purely on vibes alone. I guess 300. Which is a little high. Obviously, Gaming's damage is still pretty good. Here, you can keep clearing. Keep clearing. Bennettless impact. When you got TDDS going, and normally with instructors, and you have, you know, a flat buff from Song of Days Past going, you'd be surprised how far you can get with Melt Skill and Gaming. Or like Amber. Like you can see Bennettless Amber clears from Furu. Doing this like similar team format kind of idea. There's a surprising amount of methods. When you have a really strong scaling reaction like Melt, you can abuse that and mitigate having a lower baseline attack stat. I find Gaming's gameplay so cool. It's such a good gameplay gimmick. Having to pick up the thing to get more plunges out. Like Varessa's gameplay is basically just a simplified, boring electro Gaming, quite frankly. And it's part of the reason I'm like not necessarily that interested in Varessa. If I want to do plunge unit gameplay, Gaming is just more interesting. It has actual interactions with elements that matter, rather than just buffing them. I don't know. Point is, it's like I don't really know how they could have designed Varessa any better. It's not a problem like Varessa not being strong enough. It's just like, how are they going to make an electro plunger be more mechanically interesting than Gaming, right? Consider Varessa cute. I mean, that's fair. If your priority is cute over Christmas Color Boy, it's fair. Varessa usable without Cloud Retainer? Yeah. Negative Nelly mean? Oh, you missed that. You can rewind to the beginning of the stream, Miss Oreo, if you want. Good job, Yawnfish. You got the kill. Just someone who is overly negative about things very often. Speaking of like cryo things, this has nothing to do with Genshin, I'm sorry, but it just popped in my head. And this is how I do. It's how reactions be. I be stream of consciousness speaking. The Zenless, Hugo, and Vivian seem pretty good. I unfortunately think Hugo's gameplay is super cool. Like, it's a really, really cool kit idea. I did not think they would have been able to make a new attack ice unit in Zenless be interesting, but Hugo's gameplay gimmick is super interesting. And pretty fun. Like, the fact that it's looking like double stun is a very compelling team option for Hugo is super cool. So I don't know. But if getting him is probably going to require spending money. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'll get lucky in Zenless for once. I won't have to plan around 50-50 losses. Vivian is my priority just because I need her for my existing teams more. She'll just help with my team options. And her kit looks cool as well. She's basically just an off-field anomaly ether that buffs some, or not buffs. She does significant damage.
And yeah,
She does about a little bit.
those are the
technically, but-
Abyss runs. I would say Gaming C6 is pretty
Wow.
strong. I mean,
Indeed.
giving 80 crit value for free, it makes any character strong by default, effectively. I did have some fun with optimizing his overall gameplay because catching Monchai in midair is a lot more difficult than you would think. I honestly might be using Gaming a lot more just to do fast clears because he's really strong.
It's nice to have
also
strong
because,
units as an option.
hey,
Yeah.
Maybe I'll revisit him in the future video when I've actually refined my, well, his overall gameplay better. In any case, thank you for watching, and see you next time.
And I'll get in chat again. Go watch the video yourself, you guys. If you just like put it on your computer or your phone, let it autoplay. Give them a view, okay? Let it autoplay. Trick YouTube into you watching the video since you watch it through me, please. Also, I was the 666th like. I choose to believe that was my like. I don't actually know if I was, but let's go. Anyways, yeah, good video, Tars. Nice. I agree. Overall, Gami is quite strong. He's a pretty good character, and that's where he be. My one thing that's critical about him, I will say, is I cannot deal with not having sounds when I there's not really that much to do other than what his gameplay gimmick is, and then just optimizing his gameplay, right? I do tend to like characters with like some amount of modality in how I can play them, and Gaming I don't think is one of those. He's very interesting in optimizing the Monchai gameplay, but that's my main criticism against Gaming. It's part of the reason I didn't build him for a while. I didn't have any like kind of creative idea to use him with. It was just like a vaporized DPS, right, for a long time. But I should have built him a long time ago. I'm probably since he seems like he's going to rerun with Cloud Retainer. That's the supposedly he's going to rerun with on Cloud Retainer banner. Potentially there's going to be a Gaming Iansan Farazan Cloud Retainer Varesa banner, which cracked 4-star banner. And I'm going to probably make a video about him basically being like, I didn't build Gaming for a year. I should have built him earlier because his gameplay's fun. And that's kind of going to be it. It's going to be a more yappy version of Tarz's video. A strong character, fun gameplay. Still going to maintain Gaming C6's power curve just based on how strong that Constellation is. Yeah, sure. That's fair. I don't know. I don't think it's that important really to get caught up in like whether or not it is or is not power creep. Because like it's not like power creep itself has a strict definition, right? To actually seriously argue that, we'd have to like set a strict definition for power creep and yada yada. And I think that yes, if we did do that, it probably is. So like I agree, but I just don't know if it matters in the scope of things compared to like how problematic I think some other forms of power creep are. Yeah. Anyways, Gaming's most premium team. For most people, that is probably Sitlali, Iansan C6. Yes. Over Bennett. Sitlali, Iansan C6. Gaming. Is it with Bennett or Shalonin? So right now, we'll just say, for most people, it's Bennett, Shalonin, Sitlali, Gaming. With Iansan's release, it's going to be Iansan C6, Gaming, Sitlali. And Bennett might be better there than Shalonin. I think Bennett is better. I think Bennett Iansan. But I don't think many people are actually going to do Bennett Iansan together. Because, like, one of the big values of Iansan is going to be doing separate sides, right? But you will sometimes be able to do Bennett Iansan together. So I think it'll be potentially better. But I don't know exactly, because other methods of amplifying melt damage might be more significant. So, anyways. The asterisk on that is double cryo is strong. I can tell you here, I guess... let me log into my main account and show you my Gaming build that I mentioned before. My Gaming build looks more scuffed than Tarz's build. I don't remember exactly what Tarz's... How much Tarz are you still here? How much EM did yours have? Just for a point of comparison. Because that's the weird thing with my Gaming build is real goofy on Crimson. Because I have some oddly specific artifacts. I don't have an EM timepiece, which is bad for meld. You normally do, but you'll see it's not really a problem in my build. Also, I just realized I had a... Right. So anyways, he's talking about the concept of 80 CV C6. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Coming. Blap. So 4-piece Crimson. I'm using Skyward because my Crimson artifacts have no energy substats, and he does have some energy needs. You can see I have 277 EM, 2076 attack. And I just refreshed my chat. I was apparently reading a message from a long time ago. You can do Gaming, Kaya, Shanyun, Bennett for the melt variant, but you need 66 Kaya to melt every hit. Yeah, that's interesting. It was 166, but you need to keep in mind how many EM buffs I'm getting. Oh yeah, I'm well aware. Like I'd be using EM buffs too. So I'm just asking for the sake of comparison, so I don't have to go back and look. So people can compare different paths you can take in order to abuse double cryo specifically. Like, I don't think with this build I currently have, I am going to do anything other than double cryo Gaming, right? Because right. So, you know, min-maxing that, but like I'm in a really weird circumstance where I just have a crap ton of EM substats. Oh, I forgot I put them on this goblet. Yeah. Which is like actually a really good goblet, honestly. Yeah, so like I got a weird Gaming build right now, to say the least. And this is one of those things as far as like the power creep of an 80 CV build, right? Or 80 CV C6 is like, I don't really need as many crit substats. This is functionally a... Wait, it's 20% crit rate, right? Yeah, 20% crit rate, 40 crit damage. So functionally, 206 crit damage, 55 crit rate at a baseline. Cryo Resonance takes me up to about 70. Rosaria crit rate, a little bit more, right? So a functional amount of crit rate. A little bit low, I will say. But my Gam is in definitely a weird state in that I have a weirdly high amount of attack in conjunction with having this much EM, and then having, you know, Instructor's EM buff going on. Tarz was using down a C6. You know, I could probably do similar things if I wanted to forgo the crit rate from Rosaria, whatever. Or, well, he was doing Rosaria plus down. I could probably do something similar. But anyways, yeah. The conjunction of the EM buffs matter a lot for, like, comparing a build. Like context matters in this game, yada yada. I'm just saying, it's important for, like, the context. And this Gaming build works quite well. I don't know. Let's see what happens real quick, just in, like, one rotation. You have 462 EM total. Nice. I think I don't have the ability to equip my Diona, by the way, with a... Don't have the ability to equip my Diona with a Song of Days Past. Well, I don't know. I could, but... she's on Noblesse. I'm going to be... Not bad. I'm going to be lazy. I could put her on Elegy, but I don't know. Do I put her on Elegy? Is that a wash? I think no. I think Elegy is probably doing more than Song. I'm just gonna put her on Fav. She's not even trigger Fav, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. Noblesse, you. I guess I won't put Instructors on Yanfei because Tarz didn't. And. Yep. Let's just make sure she doesn't die. No, it's, you know what, she won't die with that. There we go. Perfect. Perfect Yanfei build. She had TDDS. Alright. I've not played this team before. I think you Wait, my Rosari's on instructors, isn't she? Frick. Yeah, she is. Okay, that's probably not ideal in this team, but whatever. It's fine. Whatever, it's fine. I just want to see what the damage is approximately, comparatively. I'm curious. Crit is something that'll probably make up for other scuffed things I have going on in my builds. I could put scroll on. Probably scroll on Rosaria or Diana would have made sense, by the way. Or Yanfei even. Like someone on instructor, someone on scroll, someone on noblesse. Probably is what makes sense. I suspect. But anyways.
You are not welcome. Now test my patience. Sever.
Ow, ow. Okay. Yeah, there you go. So, point of comparison for different Gaming builds. That's all I want to do. I just want to compare the damage. Not that they were directly comparable, different accounts, different slight differences with setups and whatever, obviously. Just thought it was an interesting side of showing Gaming damage with same characters as well. Anyways, also for same, I guess, for the comparison as well. This is what I would consider my preferred Gaming team right now, if I want to be strong, but still engaging to play and whatever. What do I do? I'd probably do Gaming into Ollie into Bennett Rosaria, I think. I think that will work. What? Let me switch characters.
Time to end them! Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's judgment! Shiver!
Let's end this now!
What am I doing? May as well restart.
Eat Papa! Get up, everybody! Stand down!
My patience.
You can't run! Hit punishment!
How you return? Now you're testing my patience.
Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath! Judgment! Lights out! Don't left away!
Meet again.
Just have these. And I certainly don't think that was a particularly optimized gameplay. So, yeah, there you go. Why is my chat died? I feel like... Is it broken? No, it's not broken, I don't think. Alright. Anyways. Yep. Gaming fun. Anyways, but he's really strong. So I don't know. When I make a Gaming video, there's not that much that's sort of creative to do do with him, I feel like. I haven't had any interesting ideas. I'll just probably show him in different teams. And be like, yep, he's fun. And here's like the scale of his damage being competent, right? Bald. Thank you, Freya. Thank you, Freya. Alright, let's go see if we can do a 10 pull on... What? Oh my god, by the way, it's 5:54 p.m. I forgot I started streaming late. Here, I wanted to do Zenless. So I do D&D. Wait, is D&D canceled? Anyone busy tonight? Oh, okay. I guess I'm gonna. So normally we do D&D. It's 6 minutes. 6 minutes from now. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm still streaming. And I wasn't to the point of being like I need to end the stream right now. Will Sethos work well with Iansan? He doesn't necessarily need that much attack, but she also gives like damage bonus. I don't know. It'll be an interesting thing to test. Particularly because I like doing dash cancels with Sethos versus walk canceling. I hate walk canceling, so I don't know. So Zenless now. Well, I wanted to do a 10 pull at least on Furina Banner, but maybe we have to wait because I don't know if I want to do theater anymore. Maybe I'll do Zenless instead. I am tempted to just do Deadly Assault instead. Well, I'm still streaming if you want an excuse. LOL. Anyways, apparently the D&D is at least gonna be late. Gonna be late, so I don't need to stress out that much about streaming slightly over. All right, what are we at? Prima gems, how exciting! And yeah, okay. Condensed resin. I'm almost out of bugs. Perfect. All right. What role do you take in D&D? I play a druid right now, mostly. We have two different characters. Each of us has two different characters in this campaign, but we usually alternate between different units. So, you know, not consistent. Alright, I don't think we have enough for a temple immediately. No, yeah, okay. How does a fishing event take? And get like 30 from here. A long time? Oh god, kill me. Okay, and then someone says not long. Yeah, so I plan on making another Charlotte video soon, probably this week. 5 runs, but a bit boring. Okay. Do I need to turn off dialogue for it? Well, it's now going to take slightly longer just because of that. Alright. 20-30 minutes is still a bit rough. I'll be honest. Have I considered playing other gacha games? I mean, I played WoW, I played Tower Fantasy, I played HSR. I am playing Zenless currently. So yes, but gachas are not a selling point in games to me. Gacha is a downside a gacha game has to overcome by being much better quality to justify a predatory monetization system. So, you know. And I don't think most gachas meet my bar of quality necessary. So, yeah. Bernice with Evelyn. I would not normally recommend Bernice with Evelyn, probably. Evelyn is a very, very, very configured to be a stun DPS. And Bernice isn't really going to work in team slots like that. Thoughts on Wuwa? The closest thing Genshin has to a real competitor, which is cool. I think they do a lot of things really well in exploration. I think their gacha formula is one of the least enjoyable gacha formulas I've had the displeasure of engaging with, and it broke me. It made me really, really not want to play the game. So, yeah. I also think the combat is kind of inherently flawed too, but, you know, it's fine if you like the combat of WoW more than Genshin or whatever. So, yeah. Everyone's going on about how generous the WoW system is. I didn't mean the wishing specifically, but the people... I did criticize the people calling WoW generous, though, originally, because they were all just gacha monkeys, I'm sorry. Calling WoW generous when it's still a gacha game is nonsense. It's a gacha game. It doesn't have to... If Kuro Games was generous, you'd get all the characters at a baseline, and you could pay $10 per month for this game. They'd make less money as a company because it's a less predatory monetization system. Right? But that would be generous. Not being a gacha game is generous. That game could be a better game if it wasn't a gacha game. I was talking the gacha structures, with like the resin equivalent system, the artifacts, the talents, and also the problem of like WUA elements not having a reason for existing other than being cringe gacha structures. So anyways, Consider doing videos of streaming ZZ more often. I should. Mail. Where did I get mail? I want to stream ZZ today. We'll see what happens though. Shanghai, your troubles. Thanks. Appreciate it. So anyways, yeah, the Woobo story was terrible. I'm not even gonna. It's not even worth mentioning. At least Genshin's story has some things worth criticizing, because there's nuance, and there's no nuance to Woobo's story. I'm sorry. That's an oversimplification. I know, but like, what am I supposed to do? I didn't look at the tutorial at all. I need to go up there? I just need to talk to you. I see. Okay. What? What is this? Oh, wait, what? It's multiplayer? Okay. What's it saying? I don't remember what it's saying. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Woobo's still a gacha game, basically. It's a gacha through and through, for sure. And I think it suffers from copying way too many structures from other gachas. And I think it is a worse game for it. I think it had much more potential to be a better game than it is. And I know they made improvements, but I don't think they made improvements in ways that mattered to me. Green glowing frenzy. Catch this fish. Okay. I should have thrown nets. Okay. What? I had a left with. What? What? Am I being stupid, or is this an RNG check? Or is it a number of hits? Either way. I don't know. Oh, that was weird. That was my mouse wigging out. Is there any reason to use anything other than the big net? Once you have enough coins? So anyways, I don't know what points I needed. I didn't look. So, you know, this is a mini game of all time. I have to do this for 20 minutes. I think I'd rather go do theater. Oh, look, I caught the fish. How exciting. Okay, I mean, it's... How did I do better than this person, by the way? Okay. It's not...
What could the children be up to?
the worst event of all time, I guess, but,
Let them do as they please.
wow. Higher chance of getting the fish with the right size net. I see. Okay. So it's literally just RNG, but using the appropriate size nets. I see. Okay. How many do I have to do? 3,000 points? Oh good, I get the fish as rewards. How many do I get from theater? No, wrong thing. I also could try to clear floor 12. Just clearing floor 12 will give me like 100 Primo Gems, I think. It's just a chill event. Yeah, that was my vibe. I don't know. It's a nothing burger event to me. I thought there was actual gameplay, not just spamming click, but that's my bad. I thought it was going to be an actual fishing minigame. It's not a fishing minigame. It's spamming left click while aiming at pixels on your screen. And that's fine. It's just a typical time wasty event thing to get some rewards. Yeah, I can see why some people find it fun. I'd prefer just getting the Primo Gems with less time investment, but it's fine. I wanted to check how many. So I can get this is 6 floors, right? So I can get the 100, 220, 240, 340, 440. That would okay. So clearing this would get me there. All right, sure. We'll see if we can do this without equipping characters. I hope so. Okay. What do we have? We have a crab we have to fight and chicken. Alright, cool. We'll get 1 character. Official.
In the name of the princessin.
And then let's fight some slimes. Or wait, slimes seems annoying actually. But it's fine. We'll use Ela. Thought the event was going to be like the 2.0 fishing event. That one was really bad, but had story. Yeah. I don't know. It's perfectly fine. At least they're trying some new idea, I suppose, for an idea for events. Is Ayato usable? We'll probably save Ayato. Save Raiden. Enemies are easily grouped and there's no groupers. Yeah. That's theater in a nutshell. Alright, do that. Do this.
Tell me what you see.
Shut up.
What? What happened? Oh.
Beg for mercy.
Also, really, they're putting... The weapon they put on Eula hurts me. Like, the 3-star weapon is better than this weapon. Oh boy.
My guiding stars.
Not too far now.
Let's dance.
Go! You're free now!
Freeze to the core. Shut up.
Boy, the latency is a bit weird, but whatever.
Crush. Not now. Stars, shine free.
The 3-star weapon is better. Wait, was it? I think it was a 3-star. What's it called? Not saying, to be clear, anyone actually seriously playing Eula now, I would hope you're aiming for something better than this 4-star weapon or the 3-star weapon. I forgot what it's called. I can try to look it up. What? This is impressive, by the way. Yeah. Please, Eula. I swear, if we fail this.
Beg for mercy.
Well. Alright.
Not too far now.
Yeah, Fontaine Craftable is almost assuredly better. I am fairly certain of that, yeah. But yeah, as far as the physical weapon goes, here. And bird on top. Let's go to weapons. Sword by Claymore. Blap. What's it called? I'll recognize it on site. Yeah, Sky Rider Greatsword, this thing. I believe this is quite literally better. Because you get 40% attack. for her burst. Right, at the end. Versus this is higher base attack, a little bit less damage bonus, and then a useless passive. Like, this is better than it. So, anyways, in the current state of the game, though, I'm pretty sure that this should be significantly better for Eula, particularly assuming refines. Like, yeah, 48% attack plus attack percent substat, assuming you're getting healed, right? Tidal Shadow, pretty good, right? Skyward Pride, good too. Yeah. Kaya, I don't know if Lisa's equipped. I think she might be. Probably enough to use her at least. Mystery Cache, Restore Vigor. Restore Vigor to who? Auron Vigor could be pretty nice. Oh yeah, that makes sense to choose. Let's go. Alright, sick. I'll choose one of these. I would have chosen Buff if it was available, but it's fine. Rosaria, I think Fermenate might not be equipped. And you know what? I'll take a freeze buff. Alright, and a free mystery cache. We'll choose resettable events. Alright, cool. Robots. Buttholes. Alright, we'll choose buttholes. Kelly, what are you doing, Kelly? Hi, Kelly. Why are you spamming emojis? Kelly is D&D group member. I thought you guys said you were going to be late. This isn't late. You lied to me. I'm late. You said you're going to be late. You said you're going to be late. Brett spoke for me and I'm mad about it. Oh, I see. Well, then we can blame Brett. You're gonna deny the viewers the gambas, Kelly? You're gonna force me to end my stream to deny the gamba? That's fine. I should probably end my stream, I guess. Look, it's not my fault. I thought I had time, okay? I thought I had time. I would have not even gone into theater if I hadn't seen Brett say that message. So, it is Brett's fault. Look, it's Brett's fault. But I guess it's the stream. Maybe stream tomorrow. Worst case scenario, Tuesday. We will we'll do the 10 poll. Oh boy, I don't think I'm going to pity because I just don't know if I'm going to be motivated enough to go to pity. I'd like actually grind and stop yapping constantly. Anyways, yeah, off to D&D for me. Go watch whatever videos. If I remember, I'll maybe watch this TGS video in the future. I think this could be interesting to react to. But obviously too late now. Oops. Because I think this is an interesting idea. He's talking about Yelan Furina. Oh, I'm already distracted. Yelan Furina is the core he starts talking with? It's... I don't know. Interesting. Anyways. We're not watching the video. I have thoughts immediately. But can I blame him? Yes. Because I think it's not that interesting of a team core. I don't... I'm sorry. Like, as far as a team core goes for Double Hydro Furina, as someone who has Yelan, I like Sijuin Furina core better than Yelan Furina core.